Yes, hello and good morning, everyone, and welcome back. I think we had a very interesting first day with many, fascinating papers, and now we will listen to another interesting paper by Vigdis Øystese. I think that was correct, yeah. So when you're ready, Vigdis, just...
Good morning. Thank you for sharing this conference and all your knowledge with me, and even lend me your attention. I have to take out the... Nå rinner solen opp av Vesterlide, forgyller klippens topp og bjergets side. Vær glad, min sjel, og la din stemme klinge. Stig opp fra jordens bo, og med din takk og tro til himmelens vinge. That was the first verse of the sjette morgensang, the sixth morning hymn from Åndelige Jungekor, første part by the Danish bishop and poet Thomas Kingo. I'm not singing to prove that I can. If so, I should have chosen another part of the day. I sang in order to underscore that hymns first and foremost are meant to be sung. The melody is their channel to the word, their media, even though hymns have been and still are read, also by those of us who study literature. The Protestant hymns from Germany, especially those of Martin Luther, were hastily translated to Danish, and some of them were published in hymn books, the so-called Malmö Salmebøgerne, about 6 years before the Reformation was formally established in Denmark, Norway. Most people could not read, and they could definitely not afford to buy a book, so the hymns spread by song and were learned by heart. Both Luther and other reformers used popular melodies to spread the doctrine. This is not a picture of the Malmö Salme books because they are not possible to find. They are worn out. So this is a later book. The hymn text spread from the south, from Germany and Denmark to Norway, both in the first years of Reformation and later. They were adopted by the people in Norway. This is known by the great number of folk tunes that were connected with them. Both Kingo's and Brorson's texts from the 17th and 18th centuries were given several different folk melodies. Between 14 and 16 different melodies are connected, assigned to one and the same text of Brorson. The melody I tried to sing follows the text of the first stanza of the morning hymn. It's going up when the sun goes up, and it's going down as the beams from the sun comes down in the valley. And the tune modulates from minor to major just when the singer commands his soul to be happy and let her song bring her to heaven. The new spiritual songs in an understandable language could accompany people in their daily life on sea and ashore. They could entertain and strengthen the fellowship in long and dark evenings during autumn and winter. This has been a long-living tradition. I remember my own parents singing while working, when something special happened, and just for the joy of it. I will now try to point out some aspects of the hymn tradition that has played an important role in the life of the Norwegian people and the Church. This will not be a chronological presentation, but it's still my aim to be both historical and relevant. This is a painting of Adolf Tiedemann, who we met yesterday also. Kingo's morning hymns were not meant for the church service, but for the obligatory daily household devotions. Morning and evening songs were a tribute to God, but they were also part of the control the state and the church exerted over the daily lives of the people, as well as means to create unity and promote religious life throughout the kingdom. This was accomplished not only through the practice, but also through the content of the songs. They prayed for peace and stability, for health and blessings, for the king and his household, for the bishop and priests, and so on. The singer also asked to be protected against temptations. He wishes to live a good and virtuous life and to be able to do his duty. He remembers that he is sinful and tries to mend his deficiencies. Despite the joy of surviving another night or a laborious day, he knows he is a sinner and is thereby humble and easily governed. In the period of the Reformation and later, most government information was oral and one way. The message came from the rulers and was announced from marketplaces and churches. The public learned what the rulers had decided, and they had a few possibilities for protest. But when there were proper texts available to the mother tongue, in the mother tongue, and the whole congregation or assembly could sing together, even women and children could take part. They were given an effective tool both for the religious practice and for mundane speech. The public got sound. It was not always beautiful. The first Protestant congregational song was met with scorn and mockery from the Catholic leaders, who felt that anything to be presented in front of God should be as good and beautiful as possible. The congregational singing in the mother tongue allowed by Luther's doctrine of the priesthood of the believer removed the linguistic barrier to the church. The people got the opportunity to sing and through the song speak out their loyalty and confess their belief long before the printed word was available to the masses. Sometimes the hymns also argued directly against the Pope and his powerful church, and that gave the song explosive power. The governors saw that power lay in the public common song. A man who sang and sold Luther's hymns at the marketplace in Magdeburg during Reformation years was arrested, but later on released because a great crowd went to the city hall and demanded him free. The Hussites in Prague had used song as a public utterance more than 100 years earlier. Men, women, and even children participated. They formed a community that not only argued for communion in both species, both the body and the blood, but also other rights that the Pope was not willing to give them. It has been argued that the Reformation was sung in Norway. The new text united with the folk melodies gave people an opportunity to use their voice. This was first and foremost a religious statement, and it was praise and praying, but it also had revolutionary potential. The hymns spread from the coastal cities in Norway, especially Bergen. In several places, priests complained about people singing Lutheran songs. At Austrot, outside Trondheim, somebody maybe know Fru Inger til Østrot of Ibsen. This is the place. There, the employees sang praise before they had their meals. So did also Vincent Lunge, the Danish governor in Bergen. The scribe Oluf from Borgund near Ålesund sang out loud and interrupted the priest during the sermon. When the priest refused to allow this, Oluf offered, or threatened, to move to a tree outside the church wall and continue his singing from there. And there were more examples of people singing the priest down from the pulpit. In addition to the enrichment of the inner soul, the singing gave the masses an opportunity for protest and indignation. That was okay. The pietistic movement some 100 years later opened up for personal experience of the faith. The personal tone also found its way into the hymns. In Denmark, they say, especially in Jylland, they sang Kingoing Church and Brorson at home during the first part of the 19th century. In Norway, the pietistic songs from Denmark gained a foothold much due to Hans Nielsen Hauge. He gave the Brorson hymns publicity in Norway. The lay movement was in many ways a protest movement. Hauge and his followers, often called friends, gathered for edifying meetings despite this being forbidden unless one had permission from the priest. The lay movement was perhaps not a hymn revolution, but Hans Nielsen Hauge's spiritual breakthrough started when he sang the hymn Jesus din søde forening at smage, when ploughing on his father's farm. Many of the friends wrote hymns which were printed and published, for instance in Volda at Sunnmøre in Norway. The rural population was, to a greater extent than earlier believed, able to read and write during the 17th century, and amongst the books they owned, hymn collection formed the majority. All over Europe there are testimonies that show how hymns united and comforted people during harsh times, and also how people's voices were lifted against oppression of different kind. They had a model in Paul and Silas singing hymns and praise in the prison, as told in the New Testament. The Nazi regime denied Prost Arne Fjellbø permission to conduct a service in Nidarosdomen in 1942. But the congregation gathered outside the cathedral and sung Luther's hymn, Vår Gud, han så fast en borg. Ein feste borg is unser Gott. Even though not so many of the hymns that we are familiar with nowadays have a protesting character, as in some of the early Protestant years when both Catholics, the Pope, and the Jews were on the receiving end of the protests, it is obvious that both the choice of hymns and of hymn books have been peaceful utterances against different superpowers, utterances that have not always been welcomed. Also, on severe occasions since World War II, songs have been central in the healing of traumas. This was obvious after July the 22nd in 2011. 50 or 100 years earlier, it would have been natural to choose hymns for this purpose, but no other songs stood out to mark sorrow and unity. Nevertheless, it was in the churches people gathered. Choice of hymnals and hymn style has also played a role in establishing smaller church congregations. For instance, there are 2 smaller congregations in the southern part of Norway that still sing from Kingo's hymnal. A new edition, slightly modernized, of this book from 1699 came in a new version in 2008. The congregations sing in a melismatic way. One of them even rejects to use an organ. You can listen to Kingo song, for instance, from Færøyene, the Faroe Islands, on YouTube. You just search on Kingo song and you'll find it. They maintain this singing style as part of their cultural heritage. It's very, very special and very, very unlike our chorals from church. Yeah. This is a painting by Harriet Bakker. It is from Uvdal Stave Church in Numedal in Norway, in the inland. It was a dispute about the language. Norway got its constitution in 1814, and although we were in union with Sweden until 1905, the Swedes didn't influence the church much. The Swedish and, by the way, the English contributions to the hymnals came later, and mostly through the songbooks from the lay movement. During the 18th century, do I have to press once more to have this old man coming? Oh, okay, there they are. Oh, yeah, you know them, I guess. During the 18th century, there were 3 hymnals in use in Norway. They were all Danish. They were equally used among the different congregations. This situation was named the hymnal crisis. There were a need to agree on only one hymnal for all congregations in Norway. None of the 3 suited the purpose. The Kingo hymnal from 1699 was old and outdated. It was mostly used in the rural districts. The Guldberg hymnal was not popular in Denmark at all. It had many of the Brorson hymns that are popular in Norway, but also many hymns that were perceived and stilted. The Klopstock hymns we spoke about some days ago. And the evangelical Christian hymnal was the rationalist version. And Bishop Johan Nordahl Brun in Bergen, he prohibited its use in his diocese. But it was in use in the other cities of Norway. Magnus Brostrup Landstad was given the task of editing a new hymnal. His editorial work, which is a one-man achievement, should be held in high regard, as should his own hymns. The hymns of Landstad describe Norwegian scenery approximately in the same way as Grundtvig described Denmark and used the landscape of Denmark in his hymns. Peter Dass, who is the most famous poet from the 17th century in Norway, also used elements from the national and local landscape, but he was not represented in official hymnals before Landstad in 1870. Landstad's proposal for hymnal raised a debate. Landstad's work of collecting local fairy tales and myths made him rather suspect among the more conservative groups. Was it possible that this pastor could be trusted when he occupied himself with such dubious things? Those who doubted him supported Andreas Hauge, son of Hans Nielsen Hauge, who edited an alternative hymnal at the same time. So the wish was one hymnal, but they managed to make it into two hymnals. Stupid enough. Both hymnals were authorized, and both were widely used in the first years, but Hauge's hymnal was rather short-lived. But it was a language in the Landstad's hymnal that raised the most debate. Landstad used common language in his text. If an old farmer clad in russet comes to church, he said, do we oust him because he isn't wearing modern clothes? But the counter-argument was that the peasant language was too coarse. It was against decorum. The opinions, even among those who used the language, were divided. Some were thankful that their language was being honored, while others were used to the old way of expressing the holy thoughts. In the final texts, Landstad moderated himself, but he did keep some of the common Norwegian expressions in his texts. At the same time as Landstad, Ivar Aasen constructed a new Norwegian language based on Old Norse and a selection of what he found was the best dialects in Norway. Aasen knew of Landstad's work and his struggle with the hymnal and discussed the topics with him. He felt, as many others, that some of the words Landstad used were disturbing, and that it would better serve his cause to be more discreet when using Norwegian words. The language in church was very conservative, and one should be careful when modernizing it, Aasen believed. The first volume of Nokre Salmar, Some Hymns, came out anonymously in 1869. Elias Blix made extended versions later and put his name under them then. All the hymns were in nynorsk, and all the texts were either written or translated by Blix. Nokre Salmar was authorized for use in worship together with Landstad's Salmebok. Blix and his new Norwegian renewed the hymn language. Both the sound and the imagery became fresh and new and even more domestic, and it felt more natural. And it was better to have the whole text in this new language than incorporate some words from the agrarian language into Danish, as Landstad had done. But also Blix and his nynorsk hymns were met with resistance. Some felt that these hymns were too ordinary and not exalted. They were different from what people were used to encountering in the church. But the nynorsk hymns were soon accepted, and many of Blix's hymns as well as hymns by other Neo-Norwegian authors belong to what we can call the core of Norwegian hymns. Nynorsk Salmebok and Landstad's reviderte Salmebok were released in the 1920s. Both books had hymns from the two official written languages in Norway, nynorsk og bokmål, placed in separate sections. The Norwegian hymnals caused debate about language and style, and many people took part in the discussion about the choice of hymn books. Scriptwriters and editors like Landstad and Blix can in many ways be regarded as pioneers of the renewal of the Norwegian poetry. The next hymn books came in 1985 and 2013. In these books, bokmål and nynorsk hymns are placed side by side, and there are also several numbers in the same the Sapmi languages in the newest book. And Queen. Some texts have been kept in their original language, for instance in Swedish and English, but funny enough, never Danish. I wonder why, because it's so close to Norwegian. Why translate the Danish text? I simply don't understand it. I have to hurry up. Hymns in school. Hymns have made a profound mark in school as well. Curriculums from the 20th century contain detailed lists of hymns the pupils were to learn, and often learn by heart. These lists were primarily meant for kristendomsfaget, Christianity as school subject, now replaced by KRLE, which stands for Christianity, Religion, Philosophies of Life and Ethics, which is more of a science of religion subject. Learning of hymns is infamous for its pug, memorization. It was terrifying for many pupils who had to stand by the desks and recite the difficult poems. After 2000, there are no hymn lists in the curricula for the public schools. The newest curriculum, Fagfornyinga, from 2020 is vague when it comes to the choice of literature in school. Most of the decisions are handed over to the schools or, as we often think, to the publisher most eager to sell their new educational material. This vagueness marked the end of the historical ideology of the enevelde, absolute monarchy, and Lutheran orthodoxy when unity was central. The move away from this unity corresponds to the development in the Church of Norway, where much of the liturgical selection is decided locally. Religious literature is not incorporated in the literary institutions or the relevant subjects in school. Exceptions are medieval or Baroque literature. When presenting these periods, it's impossible to exclude religious and Christian European literature from the curriculum. But even when it comes to the 17th century, literary historians prefer to write most about secular literature. For instance, more about Peter Dass' topographic poem Nordlands Trompet, and less about his hymns, which were more highly regarded amongst his neighbors in the north. And nowadays, the Church of Norway got a new hymn book in 2013. Some think it will be the last of its kind, because digital texts are taking over. Despite this, the new hymn book was given a lot of attention, and this was for several reasons. One topic that was discussed was the use of so-called secular poetry in the hymn book. Several poems coming from different sources were suggested for the hymn book, and some of them were accepted. These poems do, to a small extent, present dogmatic content, but the message is more of existential or humanistic form. A poem by Arnulf Øverland, who openly criticized Christianity and the Church, is used as a New Year's hymn in the hymn book. In some ways, we can say that the new hymn book is paying less attention to rigid Lutheran orthodoxy while maintaining Lutheran thinking about personal freedom and independence. In that way, the changes in the hymn book correspond well with the overall tendencies in the Church of Norway. Hundreds of texts and melodies were sent to the committee before the making of the hymn book. Extensive consultations were done in Norwegian congregation, although many people didn't feel they were heard. The choice of hymns for the book was discussed in the media, Many missed their favorite ones, other protested against some of the new material. The hymn book was sung in on slow TV, a program called Salmeboken Minutt for Minutt in the Norwegian broadcasting. Conclusion. We must admit that the hymn's grip on the people's feelings and lives is not as strong as it used to be. Only few, if any, hymns are known by the majority. At funerals, it's common to play the deceased's favorite popular music instead of a hymn. The hymns are not much in use in school any longer. Every year there is debate about whether pupils will be allowed to sing Christmas hymns or attend the Christmas worship service. But hymns are not gone. Composers and authors are making new hymns for nearly any occasion. Artists are giving church concerts, as we saw advertisement for on the last slide, not least before Christmas. They have their main income from these concerts. The well-known Christmas hymns are heard in the malls together with Jingle Bells and I'll Be Home for Christmas, or Driving Home for Christmas. Hymns are strongly rooted in the culture. People encounter them when they go to church, on the national holiday, and in commercialized settings. But to draw the line back to the beginning of this lecture, the melody plays still the crucial role if the hymn is to survive among the people and not only be a text in use by a few insiders. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vigdis. That was a very interesting paper. Anyone with a question or comments? Yeah, Thomas.
Thank you very much, Vigdis. I thought it was really nice, and it was what I hoped to learn from when I heard that you would come. Very much. So I was just reflecting on this. We had yesterday we had discussed this concept of the secular monk as well. So that the Protestant, according to Weber, Max Weber, is a secular monk, and that is transferring the practices that are normally in the monastery into the everyday life. And I think this is a wonderful example for this. This, I mean, to be forced and obliged to sing every morning, every evening, at all occasions. And this is, I think, it's quite astonishing and quite interesting, and it is explaining for me. I mean, this is not really a question, but it's just explaining to me why we have so many problems in France to sing with our students. Our lecturers, they always want to sing with the students some songs, and this is so difficult, but because they have not they are not used to it. And you go to a concert, yes, a wonderful chorus, but this is, I mean, I think a fascinating aspect of this Protestant heritage in that way. Yeah. Don't know if you have something to say to it, but
when I was a pupil, we always sang when we started the day in school, and when I was a teacher in school some years later, we still sang. But nowadays, pupils in school sing very little. If the teacher is not especially interested in song, then they sing, but else they listen. And that's a sad story, and it's a lot of arguing about it in
I might just add a comment. I don't know if you're aware of, because obviously it's true that community singing of hymns are in a decline, but are aware of during the pandemic that in Denmark one of the big phenomena was fællessang each Friday, where the Danish congregation would meet on DR, you know, and sing along with, you know, the TV, you know, it was a very big thing actually, you know. So.
But in their homes then?
Yeah. And then there was like interaction with people sitting in the living rooms singing, and like professional singers on TV. So this was kind of a revival of the community singing, you know, during a difficult period, you could say. Yeah, it was very popular. Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that. Because song also got a bad reputation during the corona epidemic. Because when it was sung a lot, for instance, in these lay congregations, there were outbursts of corona, and people were really, really severe sick. So to do it in home would be wise, but it's difficult to sing along. I tried to sing the birthday song on Zoom. It's terrible. As you have a little delay all the time, so you end up as a Lestadianer. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you for an interesting paper. That makes me think. A couple of years ago, I was in Rio de Janeiro, and I went to a Pentecostal service. There were many people there, and singing played a very central role there. You know, the Pentecostals have become so strong there. They have their own record companies. They have their own pop stars. They have their own hits and stuff. And obviously, a very important part of this was singing. I mean, far away from Scandinavian hymns, really. It was more like well-produced American-style pop songs. But still, it plays a central... It was sort of the red thread in the whole service, which lasted almost 3 hours. I mean, it was more like a pop concert or something like that. But that just leads to my question: is there any, what should I say, comparative research on the role of singing and music across different versions of Protestantism? Because this is, I mean, the Pentecostals is obviously something else, but still there are some similarities on a general level, because singing was also very important there. So I just think, is there an overview over how different Protestantisms include singing in their ceremonies?
I wish I could give you a clear and very informative answer, but I can't. But I know that in congregations of youth, also in the Lutheran congregations of youth in Norway, they sing a lot. And they do it with a band, of course, not with an organ. And some of them sing some hymns with the rhythm and pulse. The Lutheran hymns are very little sung, and many say that this is due to the melodies. They are too old-fashioned and not popular enough. But young people sing, yes, they do. But they're little sung in school, and we don't have that common repertoire that we used to have. People don't sing the national hymn, as Corbin here. Even though I don't know if you know the picture, it's Corbin who refused to sing the national hymn, and his wife seems to be a bit upset over it, and it caused a lot of debate in the UK.
Yes, thank you for a very fascinating presentation. I think you summed up much of the situation in Norway, at least Norwegian cultural history. But do you have any comments on two say factors here? Is there a gender issue connected to this? Is hymn singing, I'm thinking now of historical periods, more a female activity than a male activity, do you think? That's my one question. And the other question is, has there been a difference between urban and rural singing traditions?
Yeah.
I mean, in many of the urban communities or congregations from very early on, there was an organ. Yeah. And in that way, the hymn singing was somehow professionalized. Yeah. While in the rural areas, there were no organs until the mid-19th century. And then that was left to the, say, initiative and the local traditions in a very different way than in the urban context. if you would like to
I
comment
can
on that.
comment just
Yeah.
a bit because in the rural areas they didn't know the songs. Perhaps they had different hymn books until Kingo came. They sang from different books, and perhaps they couldn't even read. And they started not equally, not at the same point, and they ended not at the same point. That they sang in their own melismatic way throughout the hymn, and finished when they were through. So it must have been terrible. I agree with the Catholics. It must have sounded terrible, because Luther he had these choirs in the big cathedrals, so he wanted them to sing in four voices, and to learn this, and it was beautiful, of course, but it must have been chaotic. It must have been, but they liked it, and they took it with them home and sang with their folk tunes from their hearts. And I remember an old man I knew. It was in the 1920s, I think. He told about the boys in this village where he lived. They stood outside the house of an old lady, and she was singing her devotion, and she did it from Kingo's psalmbook, even in the 20s when there were several other choices. So I think both female and male has been singing. We had an old man at home. He was singing every Sunday afternoon. He opened his windows if the weather was good and sat there singing his devotion, and people could listen. What was the other point? Yeah. I think both sang, and I think it is more in the countryside than in the town.
Thank you very much, Vigdis. Any other questions? I think it's very interesting that it goes all the way back to Kingo's hymns, So, yeah.
Even further back.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for a very interesting paper. So now it's Piero. He's come all the way from Brussels. So please, Piero Collard, just come down. And Piero is associated with the Université de Strasbourg. He's teaching here, but he's living in Brussels, and I think he came from Brussels this morning.
Et je peux la diriger avec ça.
Oui, c'est ça.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, comme distance, ça va? So, good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. I try to check the chronometer. So we shift to sociology or sociology of education. For the sake of clarity, I will try to set up to look at the big picture before introducing the precise scope for the investigation. The first thing I would like to bring to the table is why such an investigation is needed. Why is it relevant to put a question of the role of a Protestant legacy in the development of Swedish welfare state? Within this particular question, schooling and school reform. To answer the question, I have to go back to my own research, which I can summarize shortly in this way. an investigation into the ethos of the Swedish educational system during its modernization by the rational apparatus of the welfare state. That is to say, into the imaginary significance the school as a function of the national project took on during this process. We can place the starting point at the moment when, in 1948, the Social Democratic ruling party announced the intention to refound from the ground up the school system as a school for citizenship, Medborgarskola, to unify its branches and the educational paths, submitting them to a single intention, an egalitarian and formative, fostrande one. In the words of Tage Erlander, to transform the school into a machine for educating a democratic human being. From that very moment, the idea of unity, so the ideological coherence of the institution was seen as crucially important. Thus, even before the technological machine of reform was set in motion. One people, one youth, one school. This was the slogan Josef Weine, the minister responsible, summarized the project of the new school in front of the Riksdag when in 1950 he launched testing of the comprehensive school of the future, the Grundskola. Throughout the second part of the 20th century, these basic visions or intentions were never challenged. By the way, the primacy of ethics and the role of schools as guardians of the moral unit of the nation is an issue that resurfaced explicitly and recently in the most recent era. This occurred in 1994 when the theme of the system's core value of Värdegrund was placed at the center of the new curricula design. I must note that the value attributed to the semantic of normativity in the discourse on the purpose of the educational system, as opposed to other nations such as citizenship or social competencies linked to it, is quite specific to Scandinavia and to Sweden in particular. Other research I've conducted on the perception of the Swedish school outside Sweden has confirmed this singularity. Swedish so-called educational model has been constantly praised internationally for its inspirational aura, its will to do well and to make people feel good, which pervades even the organization of the physical space in schools. Studying, for instance, the message of the French media on the Swedish school, I noticed how, in an attempt to grasp its very secret, the reference to pedagogical theories or to political ideology is often weak, weaker than the willingness to credit the system of a moral charge, the capacity to promote happiness that I approach in an article is going to be published soon. This subtext has taken different forms, of course, in time. So the concern for psychological well-being of students, fight against the risk of sexual diseases or against prejudice against minorities, fight against harassment. It can be summed up as an enterprise that doesn't limit itself to operating according to equality and justice, but that enables its pupils to experience, to assimilate such virtues. The quest, we come to Protestantism, for spiritual unity I refer to, has long been embodied by the Protestant common faith. The state school, as we know, came into being as a creation of the state Lutheran Church, where the duty to educate precedes even the creation of schools and is framed as a moral obligation for every believer. The weight of the state church in the organization of teaching can be evaluated on different bases. On a legal level, such as the requirement that teachers belong to the state church, or the role of teachers training college for school and seminaria, controlled by cathedral chapters until the 50s. Or on an ideological level, the role of religious content in the curricula. And finally, on imaginary level, through the sacred aura surrounding teaching. Whichever way one look at it, the importance of the Protestant religion in teaching remains central even in a Sweden dominated by social democratic values, at the very heart of Folkhemmet. You can see here an example of a full school class schedule from the early 50s, when the teaching of Christianity, Christendom, kunskap, clearly is placed at the beginning of each day and with a prayer at the start of classes, morgen andakt. For the sake of convenience, I will recall some chronological points of the Great Reform, which subverted this clerical order, or is supposed to have subverted it. The initiation of a project to revise the goals of the school system, the decision in principle in 50 of the Riksdags on launching the experimentation with a new school, the first Läroplan of 1961 in force in 62. And then in the 10 years that followed, the completion of the unification of the system with the functional integration of humanities, of history, geography, religion, into functional block, orienteringsämnen, the mass entry of socializing practical disciplines, and the birth of a gymnasieskolan that integrates the same egalitarian democratic aims of the basic school. The historiography of school reform in Sweden generally assumes that over the span of 20 years, the secularization of the system was accomplished, and the bond between the institution and the state church was totally removed. The epitome of this parting of ways in the early 60s is the controversial switch from denominational to objective, teaching of religion in public education. According to a rather binary scheme, two forces would have faced each other. The advocates of a hierarchical, authoritarian school linked to Protestant dogmatism, and an Enlightenment tendency that would gradually have freed the content of schooling from this legacy. The issue we will discuss is whether the presence of these two competing cultural forces should be seen in terms of a synthesis or rather of a dialectic between opposing forces. I have to admit, first and foremost, that there is historical evidence that corroborate a reading in terms of conflict and discourage the temptation to refute it. The first of these major conflicts that I had the chance to analyze is the evolution towards a non-dominational teaching of religion, well illustrated by the change of the name of the teaching from Christendom to Kristendomskunskap, and finally Religionskunskap. The second was the conflict on sex education and the troubled path of the elaboration of a new syllabus handleading on this matter between 1964 and 1977. On both the first and second issue, the mobilization of anti-reform front was as violent as ever. The collection of signatures against non-denominational teaching of religion, 2 million supporters, was by far the most followed protest action with respect to official school policy in Sweden ever. In both cases, on the surface, the mobilization ended in a crushing defeat. Nonetheless, I would like to take the opportunity today to challenge this binary representation. That is, by the way, the representation that the reform actors have disseminated by themselves. My proposal is to change slightly the term of the question, to leave aside the question with secularization, and to shift the emphasis to contamination, camouflage strategies, hybridization. The inspiration came to me from my own research focused on a change, the constant transfiguration of the humanity teaching, where I had to, I was faced with the fact that, in contrast with countries like France, but also Italy, the status of religion as a curricular, compulsory subject has led to a tacit, silent moralization of school content with the persistence of themes related to spirituality, which is quite interesting. Let's add some other remarks. This desacralization of school system is well, it's a very vague concept. It concerns very different functions. Consequently, its timing also differs according to the context. The course of the institutional control of state church of a school is relatively easy to follow. It was marked by the handing over of responsibilities for teaching and control over curricula to democratic secular institutions. And it is a process that was roughly completed between 1910s and the 50s. From this stage, we can say that compulsory school and the high school, as public institutions, became secular institutions in their own right. But in other areas, such as the design of school content and the normative implication of teaching, the breakup was much slower, and the question can be asked as to whether it has ever ended. Some political historians of education, such as Mette Buchhardt in Denmark, have spoke about this unique relationship between spirituality and teaching of an atypical secularization process proper to North European countries. The evolution toward the exclusion of the catechism in the curriculum is such an example. It was categorically and constantly invoked by secular sectors, by social democrats, by the turn of the century, of the 20th century. But surprisingly, still 60 years later, in the 60s, when the new school inspired by functionalism see the light, support for the thesis of total secularization, relegating religion to the private sphere, remains marginal. The loss of, in other words, the loss of cultural control on the part of state church in schools took a much more slow and laborious path than the loss of political control. This apparent contradiction can be explained by the fact that in the genesis of the new system, the issue of religion is placed in a quite a foggy area where ideological opposition were attenuated in the name of continuity and a superior community of values. Some classical scholarship, historical scholarship, with authors like Olivestam, Algutsson back in the 70s and 80s, shows that the path toward a comprehensive school coincides with an attenuation of the political sensitivity of the status of religion as such in the school message. And there are particular features within school life where this blurring dominates the whole process. I would say more where the reform process itself actively contributed to confusing the stakes by placing them in a border area, a protected and uncontroversial room. I focus on one of these fields, and this is the opening ceremony. It was in a way evoked in the previous paper, the morgonandakt or morgonsamling, whose very name changed over time. Interestingly, its configuration has been discussed in all the documents that mark the discussion on school reforms and the progression of civil rights in religious matter, particularly between the 40s and the 60s, which is the period that I examined more closely. And they constitute my sources, which comes from the report of the Commission of Inquiry on Schools, those that prepared the publication of the new Lero Plan, and the law of 1951 on religious freedom, which is a historical landmark, and in the path of secularization in the legal sphere, and the acts of parliament during the debates on religious education in schools. 1919 was the first milestone in history when Luther's small catechism, Lilla Catechese, was removed from the list of textbooks allowed in education. From that moment on, the legitimacy of opening the school day with a group prayer was also contested by radical reformers like Olson, social democrat, advocates of a universal and non-denominational school, as a logical contradiction to the abandonment of the confessional character of teaching. How can we have non-confessional school with the prayer starting the teaching, and the sort of intrusion on freedom of thought? But this position would remain always in the minority in all the stages of the debate on the democratization of the school system. As I mentioned, the project of establishing a new comprehensive school, a democratic one, was animated by the revival of the notion of fostran, moral education opposed to intellectual instruction. And this has favored the convergence between the political forces promoting democratization, the Social Democratic Party, and the thesis of a Protestant current present throughout Northern Europe, a cultural Christianity, reframing state religion as a mark of the country's cultural unit. A religion that should predicated also in the reasoning of Pastor Nathan Söderblom as an historical process embedded in national narratives. Lutheranism itself is then regarded as a narrative, not a dogmatic claim, by unpretentious rhetoric close to the sensitivity of each individual, acting as a source of inspiration. For this reason, also the historical teaching of Christianity that would live on in a curricula up to formally up to 1955 is consistent with such an inspiration that was shared by religious circles. But this also applies to reading of the Bible concretely and the singing of psalms that animates the Morgon Andact as a moment of reunion, edification, of a school that is supposed to develop into something less intellectual and more spiritual, and impregnated with national values, because cultural Christianity is also national Christianity, of which a folk church, folkkyrka, an ideal that was at its height of popularity in the 20s and 30s, can be a foreshadowing. This is why the architect of the new school, which lay out in theoretical terms the objectives of the democratic education, deal with the place of Christian catechism by avoiding any polemics. The report of School Commission in 1948, goes so far as to present the subject of Christianity itself as the perfect tool of an individual-centered psychologist school at the service of the formation of the pupil personality. I think I don't need to translate, but I'm adding a quotation. The subject Christianity, in English, more than most other subjects, should serve as an instrument of training the personality, which is the most important skolans väsentligaste uppgift. As for the school prayer, the experts don't overlook the contradiction between the new status of freedom of conscience and the survival of denominational features, but they don't indicate any solution to the issue and refuse that making prayer optional might be a solution. We can guess that the resource that is represented was seen as too crucial. This understanding of the morning prayer becomes even more significant if you pay attention to the status of this report from 48. It's not just a report as any official document that we used to forget. It is in fact the declaration of intent from which the principles of the new school are drawn. It is the most straightforward plea for rational and democratic schooling, a text that was explicitly and truly polemical with the religious roots of the existing classist and selective educational system. But these roots are most linked, and this is quite revealing, to an alleged Catholic tradition. They talk of Jesuitical heritage. While it runs all through the report of the School Commission, the opposition between a civic medborgerlig skola and a dogmatic school does not affect the moment of communal gathering that the prayer represents. On the contrary, the report presents it as a valuable inspiration, as we can see, for the education of tomorrow. The issue didn't pass without criticism. I took water from home because I knew I could need it. And this is attested by the publication at the end of the report of an interesting dissenting opinion. Focus is precisely on the matter of morning prayer. It is most interesting. The only dissenting opinion on this important report was about school prayer. And this is not signed by n'importe qui, but by some of them, you can recognize them, the main ideologues of the new school. Alva Myrdal, Knut Olsson, and well, people like of this authority. For them, Morgan Andact is incompatible with two fundamental tenets of the anti-authoritarian ideology. The first is the very idea of scientific justification of teaching content. How can we talk about transcendency and God in a rational, allegedly rational school? And on the other hand, the question with individual freedom, freedom of conscience, with as such, and this is the most interesting argument raised, it applies not only to believers of other faith, but to any Swede. Because even if you are a believer, you shouldn't be compelled to show your faith in this communal and compelling framework. So the reservation concerns both the content of the morning gathering and the obligation to take part in it. The question for us, and in fact the point of this paper, is whether in the long run this radical secular line has gone from by being a minority line to being a mainstream one, or whether it has been silenced and supplanted by a more sophisticated ideology and theological invention. In 1950, as a matter of fact, because this stays as a dissenting opinion without impact on the political force of the act, the testing of the new school, so the experimentation of the Grundskola, starts before the status of prayer is clarified. And the idea that comes across implicitly is that of retaining school prayer within a new framework at the service of the emancipatory progressive goals of the new schools. I say implicitly because the contradiction is negotiated rather in practice than in philosophical terms. So it's changed factually without being assessed theoretically. Already the report of the School Commission contemplated the possibility, I quote, of organizing Morgan sampling with music, we come back to music, poetry reading, or presentations relating to some ethical and social theme. The temptation that emerged, I call it temptation, but well, we stays into religious vocabulary, is to alter the content of this solemn moment from within, combining Bible reading and singing of psalms with activities, new activities that better reflect the new objectives of the schools. And as you maybe have observed, a new word has already appeared in 48. Instead of a collective prayer, Morgan Andact, the document alludes to a gathering, sampling. The evolution of the vocabulary reflects and consolidates the rapprochement between two semantic levels, the expression of faith and the affirmation of social solidarity, of cohesion between pupils. Themes that are constantly asserted in the vocabulary of the school under construction, and especially in the Lero Plan launched in '62. And the interesting historical coincidence is that it is precisely during the most dynamic phase of this school transformation that the law on religion freedom was passed and came into force in January '52, which is one of the most radical innovations, being implying the right to leave the state church unconditionally for every citizen. This act gives new impetus immediately to the debate of Morgan Andact, and the debate landed in the Riksdag in '53 with a stronger legal founding, with sort of a constitutional recognition of the private nature of any expression of faith. So teachers' freedom of conscience now apply even to religious educators, which by instance is still not the case in countries like Italy, where if you teach religion, you are supposed to be well, approved by the official church. So the contradiction gets more striking. And because it is a state church still, the discussion comes to the parliament. And in the parliamentary discussion, three possible solutions come to light. The first would be to simply suppress the school prayer or assembling or however we call it. The second, making not compulsory, and to allow voluntary participation. And the argument used to discard this solution seems interesting to me. It was considered harmful, but not on a theological or philosophical level in respect of the content of faith, but it's rather in sociological and symbolic terms. Make it compulsory, non-compulsory, would have been detrimental to the ideal of solidarity, of universalism, which the school under construction seeks to embody. It would undermine its psychological foundation. I quote once again, because it's really very fascinating, from Social Democrats' presentation. Separating pupils between Christians and pagans would, with all the damage this can cause in terms of mental hygiene. So let's not make it voluntary, because we would have stampled this pagan ethnic label on some pupils, which implies that, well, it's not so good to be ethnic. The third alternative would have been, and this is the alternative that is put in place, to preserve prayer with a more acceptable substance. Content that doesn't create barriers anymore, that doesn't make visible the spiritual dissonance between pupils, which in a way it is legitimate under the new legal framework. Exemption, there are still this question from prayer as well as from religious instruction, is still authorized on a step-by-step basis, quite slowly at the high school in 53, in primary school in 58, with the implicitly the exemption is only authorized for pupils of belonging to other denomination. You should have a reason to put yourself outside this spiritual community, and a good one. In this order of studies, when a new curriculum was introduced for Folkskola, before the official shift to Grundskola, replacing the visiting plan from 1919, prayer is still present with this hybrid content of Christian inspiration, but its ambiguous nature requires a series of official specification. And we have, several texts published about what the exact content of this morning sampling is supposed to have. As I mentioned, studies and research has been focused mostly on political debate, and they have opted for a openly tactical explanation of these ambiguities. According to Olivestam research, which focused precisely on the position of political parties, the main question was the reluctance by all sides to make the question of the Christianity in the educational system a polemical issue. It was, easier and more practical not to tackle in polemical terms. And this would explain this language that allows everybody to think themselves on the side of winners, so that Christianity is still present in school, or it has been removed. There are words, interesting words like ou confessionnel. Well, we don't really know what it is about. If it is ou confessionnel, so there is no difference and choice between state, church believers and the free circle, or if it implies totally non-denominational approach, where even atheists are in. And this is never really tackled in explicit terms, except by some let's say, dogmatic secularists that becomes less and less. So they, with the strange contradiction, the progression of secularism in society, but a reduction of the impact of secularist ideology in the school debate. And a way that I suggested in this scheme, so the word gemenskap appears in the first Läroplan 58 times in all sorts of mots composés, from Wertgemeinskap to Klassgemeinskap, Schoolgemeinskap, and so we are not surprised to discover when in the 58th implementation provision of Fuskula, the new concept of Morgensamling, it is explained that, of course, den bör skänka inre samling, utbyggelse och en känsla av gemenskap. The instructions are very precise, so lagom, it must be not length than 10 minutes, högst 15 minuter, and but still it's ledes av lärare i kristendomskunskap, annan därtill villig lärare eller annan lämplig person. So it is very open and very precise at the same time. Still, a new public debate arose in occasion of the formal move to a comprehensive school in the early 60s, and then it focused on the compatibility of Morgensamling with the claim objectivity of all teaching and the possibility of exemption. Because there are new problems. If teaching is supposed to be objective, how can we admit exemptions from this framework, even in this ritual and the marginal part of school day, such as the Morgensamling. So the solution is still quite ambiguous. Let's take the school lag proposal before the shift, the move to the new universal school. Elever som hej tillhör Svenska kyrkan ej skyldiga att deltaga i Morgensamling med religiös inslag. So if the Morgensamling contains some religious content, then you can be exempted. But this was clearly quite unsatisfactory. So the final version is elev i grundskolan må på föräldrarnas begäran befrias från att deltaga i Morgensamling om skäl är därtill. Well, I let you judge if it is better or worse. Once again, we have dissenting views in the debate in the 60s. Once again, from pioneers of the secularization of education, it is Stellan Arvidsson and other social democrats, which, and it is also interesting, advocates not for removing the Morgensamling, but for a different, more inclusive type of Morgensamling. And we have in these phases, and I will close with this, tackling this subject, a sort of multiplication of ideas of cultural proposal for alternative samlingar, with a sort of syncretism that I think it would be worth studying because it's telling us something about Swedish contemporary culture. In this case, the syncretism, if the word is legitimate, applies, well, sport, rhetoric, and religion and theology, because you can see that from the outcome of a football match, you come to Our Father and to a proof that what is said in Our Father is true. Well, I took it because I found it amusing. And then we, and I will finish, we have a last shift that in the political debate, people advocating exemption or liberation from, for their children or for children from Morgensamling are not anymore the secularists or the believers of other faiths, but Lutheran true believers who start fearing that the content of Morgensamling is a threat for their children through Christian and Lutheran belief. And also we have an interesting criticism, although it is quite marginal, from a social democrat, Gunnel Olsson, insisting on the personal charity or prayer. So if prayer of any kind of spiritual expression becomes a mechanical ritual or a passive response to social pressure, we do the Morgan sampling because everybody is doing it. Then it's not only dangerous, and she made well, a striking comparison with Nazi rituals, where you maybe you didn't believe them, but you were compelled to participate, and with the idea also that in Protestant terms, prayer is something personal. You must be convinced by it, and the argument that, well, this is sort of thing that doesn't hurt everybody, something completely common sense, is not a good argument to put faith into it. And in the last, because the explanation about the content of Morgan sampling develops further, with the idea of embody Swedish core values, so centrala värdering for society, and we are getting close to today's Läroplaner's vocabulary. Also, international understanding and a sort of current political highlights become at the center of Morgan sampling, which still keeps the question of liberty of conscience open. And, well, to sum up, what was the effect of this metamorphosis that I hope I was able to shed a light on? Politically, the outcome is clear. It was that of strengthening the consensus toward the Reformed school, which is, and this is a really Swedish peculiarity, which is a revolutionary process that was made in an almost complete political consensus. And it is really a political exception in Western Europe. Symbolically, the effect was to sacralize the ethics that the new school embodies. So it was can be talked about a process of resacralization, which would lead us on an opposite way of the classic secularization debate. And it is a long-lived approach which we are reminded of today anytime the state authorities are calling for a renewal of the canons of subjects by putting common values at the forefront. In this worldview, we can spot at least two clear heritages from the Morgan sampling debate, that these values are the heritage of all Swedish people, and that the secret to legitimize them is to make them as blurred as possible. So we shouldn't really know what it is about. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Piero. I think that was very interesting as well. And you know, the football aspect just gave me a whole new perception of the social role of Zlatan Ibrahimovic, you know, on the Swedish national team. Does anyone have any comments or questions? I think it was very interesting, you know, you added some comments about the a Catholic system. So I don't know. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Like in comparison, I don't know.
Well, it's a fascinating, interesting, and difficult question because, as a matter of fact, I was exonerated by religion instruction for a family reason during my schooling, but also I experienced schooling in Italy during a shift from the Concordato of 1929 between the Mussolini and the Pope, and the new Concordato by Bettino Craxi that came in 85, making religious instruction not compulsory anymore. I do remember a school prayer in elementary school, and well, could you ask me more precisely what difference you are in?
It was just you added some small comments about that for instance this was not a common thing in the Catholic system, like with this like the similar like Mohn and Dacht and
the Italian case is very different from the French one. So I will develop the Italian case because I know more about it. I would say to be a bit simplist, the most striking difference, there was a survival of the Catholic imprinting in school, but as a sort of separate element. For example, religious instruction was still compulsory, but there was a total possibility for exemption, and especially it had no impact on the final grades. So it was, in a way, conserved as a sort of privilegium of the church, but clearly and more stressed as a separate element. While the Swedish process is to integrate and to have it as a part, and the point of the debates is always we don't have to make distinctions. And in Italy it has become more and more distinct. And you have, but of course there is a matter of power that is common to the two situations, to both situations. So the church, lobbied in both cases to have a sort of a recognized presence of Christianity in school teaching, but in very different styles.
And in that way, you could perhaps say that it's more difficult with the Nordic system to say where it has merged and where it has not merged.
Yes.
And
I would say in the Scandinavian case, they or you invented something new. That was not the case in Italy. You just have a reducing number of people enthusiastic for religious interest in school, and a lot of people following it passively. And it was a sort of, recreation moment because, pupils knew that it was not really important. And maybe this is a part of the Catholic ethics. Let's do it because, it sounds good. Yeah. Maybe it's not so different at the end. We can come to unexpected conclusions.
Thank you. Yes. Any other? Yes, Maria.
Thank you very much for a very interesting paper. I liked what you said about Alva Myrdal, and that she thought that perhaps this could be compared to Nazism, because later today I'm going to talk about what she wanted for the Swedish society, and that could be compared to Nazism as well. So I thought it was very interesting.
But the comparison with Nazism was not from her.
No, I know. I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was from. I think she would have been more cautious because she was responsible in a way of the shape of the new school.
Yes.
But still, it's interesting that there is a dissident line within Social Democrats, liberal, that are never very enthusiastic about this sort of development, because they were feeling a sort of intrusion of the Lutheran ethos within the school, but maybe they were also ambivalent about it.
Thank you. Yes. Any other questions, comments? Otherwise, thank you very much, Piero. And we will then do a break until 11 o'clock.
soul-sanger og sådan noget, der kommer ud.
Jamen bestemt. Jeg tror, de fleste sorte sanger, der kommer frem.
Hun kom der også ud af sådan noget.
Ja, nemlig ja. Jamen, hun var præstedatter jo, og har startet med at synge som 8-årig, eller sådan noget, tror jeg, i sin fars...
Ja. Mens hun blev voldtaget 17 gange.
Ja, det er det, ja. Ja, det har jeg også hørt, ja. Skal jeg introducere det nu, eller vil du lige vente 2 minutter, eller? Yes, so welcome back, and now I'll present to you Thomas Mohnike, who is, of course, one of the organizers of this conference, professor in Scandinavian literature at Université de Strasbourg. And yeah, Thomas, when you're ready, please just go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Sometimes when one is reading at work, a well-known work that was what is rereading that work, and at night time and while working on a research project during the day, sometimes opened unexpected perspectives. So when I was rereading Selma Lagerlöf's Niels Holgersson at night for another context, while reflecting on Max Weber's research on Protestant working ethics at the daytime, I was astonished about the importance that the activity of work and labor has in this book. So all good people and animals work. So their work could be defined in this context as fulfilling assiduously the task that is assigned by them by a higher instance. We don't know really, is it God? Is it like that? Oh, great. Is it God? Is it nature? Is it destiny? The vocation. So serving modestly this vocation in respect to others is, according to the novel, as we will see a bit later, the foundation of welfare, luck, and happiness for all beings. If you do not work in following your vocation, you are a problem for society. And there is this fox, for example, that is not following his vocation, but only his own ideas. So the ideas come again and again in the work of Selma Lagerlöf. In fact, it's astonishing to see that the importance of this concept, activity of work and labor, as a narrative element in many of her texts, and it does not seem by chance that this is a theme that is important in literature that considers the perspectives on developing a welfare state. Of course, Selma Lagerlöf's literature is not working class literature. Oh, sorry. I found, when I wrote that, afterward, I found this wonderful citation from her first novel already, Gösta Berling. There you have these protagonists that are so seem to be the counterexample for these working ethics. I mean, they just part their time drinking and having fun and so on and so on. And but at the end, the protagonist returns back to civilized life, and he is reflecting on the grave of the central woman there. Arbetets segerhymn. So he says, "This is the victory hymn of labor, raised in honor of good old worker. Das Miss Major, the Majorskan." hear what the hammer speaks. Thank you, it says, for your good work. Thank you for the bread you have given to the poor. Thank you for the road that you have cleared, for the land you have broken. Thank you, it says, and sleep in peace. Your work shall live and endure. Your estate shall always be a heaven for the work of happiness. Thank you, and do not judge us who have gone. You are now beginning the journey to the matters of the peace. Think kindly of us, who you are yet alive. So this idea of working as the place for being the good man and for being a good person seems to be very important. So it is not working class literature, but is, and here I'm thinking of some discussion we had, Carl Clemens, it is a literature of labor. So where labor, work is the central element related, of course, I think, to Max Weber's ideas on the Protestant working ethics. And it is this literature of labor could be seen as one of the vectors for transferring a certain ethics from the religious context to a national context. So in this idea that the national communities are another kind of religious communities than these Christian communities before that, if you follow like theorizations like Benedict Anderson. So we will have 4 books today, if I have enough time, that I will look at. So Niels Holgersson, Antichrist Miracle, Jerusalem and Hjortshøj. And so the aim is to show that this idea of welfare in Legolas' work is linked to a specific work ethics, and that she is involved in this transfer of the concepts from Christians, perhaps pietistic discourse, to a national discourse, understood as secular. So, of course, Niels Holgersson is probably most influential of her books, and most people in this room know it, and I've found this wonderful French rewriting here to illustrate. And of course, you know that this was ordered not as a novel, but as a reading book for geography by Sveriges Allmänna Folkskolelärarförening. So the agency, original as agency was 9-year-old peoples. And that this forening, that is association behind it, was very much on this protagonist, the preparation for what would become later a welfare state ideology. So people like Fridtjof Berg were acting for creating a common shared school that is not divided in classes. And I mean this and the book Niels Holgersson was made for this school, or for this kind of school that would bridge all class differences. It never came into being in his lifetime, but this is like the idea behind. And as, for example, Anna Bolin and others have stressed, that this idea of pre-welfare state ideology and imagination is behind this the book and Niels Holgersson. So these traveling geese were not were even a logical incarnation of the new ideal society of the becoming welfare state, and so this leading goes in this book was represented as some kind of model of this social mother by Alan Kay. So in the forthcoming article I will have a closer look at this interaction between national ethics and Christian intertexts, but here I just want to focus on this working ethics. And so it becomes really clear already in the beginning of the book, when we meet the family of Niels Holgersson's family, that is described as really the ideal family. I mean, the only problem that Niels Holgersson has with his family is it is too good, it is too idle. How to revolt as a adolescent pupil son against his family. So they were poor cottagers, and their place was not much bigger than a garden shed. When they first moved there, no more than a pig and a couple of chickens could be raised, but they were unusually industrious and good people. And now they had both cows and geese. They had made tremendous progress and would have walked to church that beautiful morning happy and contented had they not their son to think of. So these people are really described as people that are hard-working, pious, and they are rewarded by for this pious lifestyle by prosperity and welfare. It goes upwards for them, and so they're very economical, frugal, and in respect for creation, of course, for the other. So these two aspects are important. And of course this reminds a lot of Max Weber's ideas on the Protestant working ethics that he proposed in this Protestant Ethics and the Spirit of Capitalism, that is approximately contemporary to the book, to Niels Holgersson, where he said that this idea of diligence and frugality led to saving and accumulation of capital, which can then be invested, which then leads to prosperity, which, however, must not be used for ostentation, but reinvested. So the idea of Max Weber was that in these Protestant communities, because you were working regularly and methodologically as a secular monk, you were earning a lot of money, but because you're not supposed to invest it in luxury, you just gain it and can reinvest it, and so you will get richer and richer and richer. And of course, his counterexample is the Catholics that are just spending it for saints and so on and so on. But if this is right, this is another question. But what is interesting here is that this here's not God that is saying in the novel, "Yeah, I am giving you this recompense," but it is the tomte, the small figure from Marxology, who says that, "Yeah, I was granting your family all this prosperity because they are good living people." So, in some way, so as we already have discussed, Max Weber describes Protestantism as a transfer of monastic practices into secular life. So we have seen it with victis and the structuring of the day in morning prayers and so on, and evening prayers and so on, and songs. So Protestants in this way are secular monks, methodologically working for God, working and praying, as is, for example, prescribed by Luther's small catechism. And Niels' parents are in a way such secular monks, and they are rewarded through welfare. Of course, there's this critique that you can make about Max Weber, that many of the examples of Max Weber is that they are Calvinist and not Lutheran. And Scandinavia is a Lutheran society, more or less, but the link is, of course, pietism. So as we have already discussed several times, so I will not to make too much stress on this now. So, and of course these package, as you called it yesterday, from August Hermann Franke, as was developed in Halle with this idea of education from the individual according to each talent, that there were Calvinist influences, but emphasis on learning, humanistic education, and so on and so on. This idea of becoming a true Christian who has experienced God himself, that the idea here is to produce a school and to produce prosperity, not to becoming like something famous or rich or something like that, but to become a good Christian, a true Christian. So, and this was, of course, transferred to to Denmark, Norway. So we have already spoken about that. And Sweden is more complex, this transfer, but a lot of these pedagogical ideas from the Pietism came to the milieu of the public school teachers as well. So Friedrich Berg, he is promoting Philipp Spener, Hermann August Franke as pedagogues and didacticians. And of course, Selma Lagerlöf learned in these milieus. So here, they are not seen as reformators of the church, but more like didactic innovators. So, and of course, this aspect of education is part of this of Nils Holgersson, which says that he's not just a lazy boy, but because he's not respecting, he's not good at school, he's and so on, and he has to learn respect and dialogue with the other creatures, and so this is like he's traveled through Sweden. Is this kind of school building now that he is making in this pietist, nationalist ambivalence or ideas? Yeah, and this is interesting is that Niels in the story is thrown out of the world of his world, of the world of the small cottage, because he wants to preserve the family's prosperity, welfare. So when the goose is trying to escape, he thinks, "Oh, we have to keep it here," and he forgets that he's not a very small person, but tries to hold it, and of course he cannot, and so he flies away. But this is in order to gain the prosperity, so the savings of the parents here. Great. So another example, and it's Holgersson for this same idea is this parallel story of the small little Metz, who is is a young boy, 9 years old, who had lost father and mother, and he's described not as a beggar, but as somebody that is continuously trying to work and to sustain himself on his own work in a way that people can trust on him, and he's accumulating richness through continuous work. He's never in rest, always working, always being a source of trust. Not working in the novel is shame. So at the end, there's a horse that at the cottage of the parents' cottage, and he has a problem with his food. I don't know what it's called in English. The horse food, and he says, and he says, "What if you would tell Holger Nielsen, sir, the father, what I'm in need of? I think he could easily help me. I would be happy to be of use. I'm really ashamed to stand and eat without working. So this is not good. This is a source of shame not to work." So salvation in some way is to accept responsibility for other creatures and work for the common good. And yes, we have this the idea of a little Metz, for example, and Ursus, through the sister's father, that is at the moment. So he has fled because there was some side. He thought there was some sort of curse on his destiny, and then when he's accepting his responsibility, he finds a mine and is getting rich, and at the same time he tries to give his richness to the other people around. So the responsibility for the other is part of the vocation. So in Antichrist Miracle, it was quite different. So it is a second book, and so it is a book about the relationship between socialism and Christianism. And she is proposing that socialism and Christianism are like Antichrist and Christ, and at the surface in some way the two are the same, and the novel is about the miraculous power of a false holy statue of Jesus as a child. And socialism in this perspective in this novel is this false miraculous statue. So there's a story that there's some rich English lady copying a wonder-giving, miracle-giving statue, and this false is the source of socialism, and this is quite openly said that when he right in the beginning of the book, this statue comes to some Karl Marx-like figure, who is discovering this figure, and in this figure there's written in, my kingdom is of this world, is only of this world. So it's not of the other world, but it's only of this world. And so it says, suddenly Marx, or somebody like Marx, he knew that this was the word that he had been searching for all his life. He knew what to say to people, and it was a poor image that had given him the solution. He would go out into the world and proclaim, your kingdom is of this world only. Therefore you must care for this life and live as brothers, and you must share your wealth, and so that no one is rich and no one is poor. You shall work, all work, and the earth shall be owned by all, and you shall all be equal. No one shall hunger, no one shall be tempted to excess, and no one shall be in want in all his old age. And you must consider the happiness of it all, for there is no reward awaiting you. Your kingdom is not only of this world. So this is her idea of socialism. And of course there's this reference to Jesus, that the kingdom is not of this world. My kingdom is not of this world. But what is important is here, you shall work, and the earth shall be owned by all, and you shall be equal. So as this core idea of this socialist is work as a community practice. Then the novel is going on. So, and she says quite openly, socialism loves and forsakes and teaches and suffers like Christianity, so that it has all resemblance to it, as a false image of Eucor has all resemblance to the true image of Christ. And yeah, he was discussing this with Alan Kay, but we can skip it there. So, and the actual storyline is about two protagonists. One is called Gaetano, and he is really, in some sense, a literal sense, a secular monk, because he's educated first in a monastery and aims to become a monk, and then he is discovered by a distant family member and adopted, and so he becomes part of his town that is described as a sort of secular monastery. So it's said, now only peasants lived here, but there had once been a bishop and many priests and a multitude of monks. They were gone now, but they were not forgotten. Ever since that time, Diamante was a holy city. More feast days were celebrated there than elsewhere. There were plenty of saints and such multitude of pilgrims that still come there today. Whoever lived in Diamante could never forget God. He was almost half a priest, so that for that reason he was happy to come to the monk. So Diamante is some kind of secular monastery. And this means that now he becomes a sculptor of saints and other religious items, and because this work is seen as part of a worship, of a ritual, of a religious practice, he can even work on Sundays. So it was Sunday, but Gaetano did not feel guilty that he was working, for it was a work for the glory of God. So work is here described as worship. So, but he is then influenced by a rich English lady and becomes a socialist, as an even more secular monk. And he tries to come back to Diamante to make a revolution, but just gets in prison. And his beloved Donna Michaele makes his mission her mission, but in God. So she's now creating some railway society as a corporation owned by the people in Diamante, similar to the many corporations of pietists and other socialists and other similar folk movements in Scandinavia. And of course, you can say this kind of Protestant pietist idea of a working ethics that is creating a new upswing there in Italy. Here we have a Catholic community, but what is interesting in the Antichrists Miracles is this is never really articulated in a defensive or pejorative way. So the veneration of the saints is of course exotic, but it is always Jesus that's in the center. Just like in pietist circuits, it's Jesus, the admiration of Jesus that's in the center. So there's no big contradiction. And so my thesis would rather be that by placing it in Italy, it was a little bit less tenuous and a little bit less political arguments, so that is directly influencing on the societal discussion in Sweden, but would discuss implicitly, of course, the relationship between Christianism and socialism in Sweden. So, is there some salvation at the end? So, one can ask. So, at the end, this false Jesus is destroyed by some priest, but the Pope protests. He says, socialism is a way of the renewal of Christianity. And in fact, the people in Diamante were happy living after that. At the same time, Donna Michaela is losing her belief as well. So they are working for the people, for the nation, and not for God. So in Jerusalem, 10 minutes or something like that. I still have, yes, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, good. So in Jerusalem, you know this story. This is a story of this double story of farmers in Swedish Dalarna that, when they were confronted with modernity, they decide. In one case, they try to stay and adapt to modernity in Dalarna, and the other side there is these immigrants that go to Jerusalem to connect there to found a community of pietist Christians. And there's at the one time these national Dalarna people. They are represented by Ingvar, nicht Ivar, Ingvar, and this pietist colony is represented by the school teacher's daughter Gertrude. And in the beginning they are a couple almost, but then at the end they find different ways. And what is interesting here is both these people in Dalarna and these that are immigrating to Jerusalem are represented as hard-working people. So Ingmar Skåren, so that was Ingvar, but Ingmar, yes, I'm sorry. Ingmar Skåren, the farm that is representative of the Swedish farms, is described as, here, at Ingmar Skåren there was nothing but work and frugality. Really, this is the most typical way of, we are just working for our future, and so on and so on. And when there were some American Swedish relatives to the small town village in Dalarna, and asked them to immigrate to Jerusalem, they're saying that, let your brothers and sisters in Sweden come after us to Jerusalem and take part in the holy work. So see, even the mission in Jerusalem is described as a work, a holy work. So even here, the question of work is in the center of the text. The problem then in Jerusalem is that it has a lot of problems to survive, because they are just concentrating on philanthropic work. They get funding from the United States, but so they got going around and giving money to and bread and so on to other people, but they're just depending on these funds that are coming from outside. And then Ingmar comes and says, so I'm sorry, Ingvar, I don't know, it doesn't explain. So Ingmar comes and transforms this community into a non-profit corporation that produces welfare according to the model of, for example, the Pietist Halle or Christian Feld, so a corporation that has many activities that are not done for gaining money, but gaining enough resources to make philanthropic work and to give turn other people to true Christians. So he says, so Mrs. Gordon, this is this American woman that has founded this colony in Jerusalem. But at home we think it's better to let people rely on their work than on saved money, so on this money that is coming from earth. So work not for making money, but for the worship of God and doing good. So, and then he's creating this corporation, and says that these people that are working some days in the mill, they become, that is one of these activities they do, they become more happy, and they become, they speak of these mountains which ought to be planted with forests and the desert vineyards which cry out for laborers, and there is of course some Christian intertext behind that. And they start working in schools, they get a camera and so on and so on. And now at the end they believe that it was God's will that they should begin to earn their bread by their work. So this connection between work and, of course. So luck, happiness and welfare comes with collective work with shared goal. And this is true for the colony in Jerusalem, but even for the modernized national farms in Dalarna. So if we very shortly go to Sjøkallen, which is one of these later work by her, which is very much influenced by Pietist devotional literature and very didactical. This is a story about the fall and rise of a family because of the misuse of alcohol, of course, and the misuse of alcohol leads to unemployment and poverty. And when David is the father of the family, so the paternal figure that is guaranteeing should be guaranteeing the prosperity and welfare of the family, is meeting the Sjøkallen, this man that is driving the chariot of the death. They are discussing and this is a former friend. They're discussing that the carriage driver is saying that he's very, very sad because he has seduced David. It is for my sake that you have come to such an end as this. If it had not been for me, you should still have led a quiet and honest life. You and your wife would have worked your way to prosperity, to welstand. So even here you have this, the good life would be working to create prosperity, welstand. Yes. And at the other side, they have the Salvation Army officer that tries to save him and save souls. And her work here is described as something that is not just to gain prosperity, but it's described as something that is much higher, that is connected to love, to some bigger destiny. Interesting enough, the question of God is always a little bit. We will not really. It's a Salvation Army officer. You should think that it's God, of course, and the paradise that is afterwards. But this is not so clearly expressed. And so she's dying now, and her mother says when one's work has been too exhausting, it's hard to get one's mind off it. She thinks she's walking among them again now, among the people that he's taking care of. So work is not just something that is to gain money and to gain living, but it is she herself. This is her identity. She is this work. She's defined by this activity of working and going around. And when she's dying now, she comes back to what is the central part of her identity. This is work and doing good with all the people that have lost the good way to Christianity. And can sometimes be that way with work. One has loved too much. says the salvation, kept it quietly. So perhaps it was a little bit too much vocation here. So of course, work is here really a question of vocation and of destiny, given by whom. Not really clear. Some God, some nature, some destiny, or something. And salvation, and sometimes is accept the responsibility for the creatures and the work for the common good. And work is worship. So, to come to the conclusion, I think I've convinced you now, I hope, that work is a central theme in Lagarde's work. That's why I wrote œuvre, because I couldn't say work, but, well, work is vocation, meaning of life, as a worship and service for the common good. Work in modesty and worship, and as worship gives welfare, but not only for oneself, but for the community. Love for the other is important. Salvation is, of course, awaited for at the end, as a compensation for the hard industrious work. But is it in God? Perhaps for the Salvation Army officer, but for the others, I don't know. So the community of mutual assistance in the work probably is some of the predecessors of the welfare state, I think, and some of these models can be found in pietist and revivalist communities, and I think this was the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And of course, again, many, like patterns between the different presentations we had. Do we have any questions? Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. It was very interesting to hear about all these novels. My question would be, how is the topic of the Sunday told about in these novels? Are there any traces of the Sunday as the day of rest? Because, I mean, you can read the Genesis in a way that all creation leads to rest, to a day of rest, of not working. And one could also make this point strong. But does this happen? Because in some novels I know that also have this Christian focus on work, there is Sundays always celebrated. Yeah. But yeah.
So I mean, the nicest example is this one that I quoted very, very shortly. This is of in Antichrist Miracle, where he is working on Sundays, but Gaetano did not feel guilty. So this is implicitly saying, of course, yes, Sundays you should not work, of course. Everyone knows that you should celebrate God, but he is doing that by work. And I mean, in Nils Holgersson, you have this is starting on Sunday, and often when it is Sunday, the animals rest, everyone rests. It's just Niels that in the beginning makes some, and not as he should, but this is, I mean, he's taking then to the traveling. Of course, in Cherkan, it is not so clear, but it's mostly about this new, the New Year's Eve. And so on. So this is even there is this question of not of Sunday in the proper meaning, but more of a time of rest and of introspection. And in Jerusalem, I don't remember where there was some. There is some Sunday scenes, but this is not. I mean, this is quite. I think a normal Sunday that you should not work and go to church, if I remember right. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks. This is super interesting. So first, just a small kind of reflection I had when you spoke. A great actually illustration of this kind of. As you speak of Nils Holgersson as this kind of at once work and thus kind of like the capitalist economy, yet creating the kind of the welfare state as the analogy of the welfare state is the fact that the Swedish 20 crown note with Selma Lagerlöf has Nils Holgersson. That's the illustration. But I have a question concerning the relationship between Weber and Lagerlöf. So. I mean, as I recall, like Weber speaks of the kind of the sort of Protestant work ethic as also ushering in a world of rationalized practices, which ultimately leads to a disenchantment, like a disenchanting world. So that the kind of the loss of the supernatural spirits, etc. And just hearing about Selma Lagerlöf in for example, in August, I'm sure it's a story for kids, but yet it has a tomte as the ultimate guarantee, which of course is very enchanting.
Yes, but even disenchanting, because it is not just a small tomte and not God. I mean, there could have been God that is saying through a portrait of, you have a small portrait of God, of Jesus in the corner, and this is saying in some way to you, I'm looking at you. But there's just a small tomte that is saying. I mean, this is an enchantment, but I think I would rather see it as a disenchantment in this way.
Okay. Oh, thanks.
And in the same way, I mean, in Antichrist Miracle, I mean, at the end, all these protagonists have lost their belief, except of the Pope. But I mean, and even with the Pope, I'm not sure.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I think it was very. I'm just going to give a remark about Køren.
Yeah.
I'm working about the reception of this short story in France, and the film Victor Sjöström. They kind of liked it, and then it was a remake. Duvivier, who made a remake of this film, and French people didn't like it because they didn't understand the religious aspect of the film, and it's very difficult to explain that. Of course, there is religion, but perhaps there is something else that is more important, and I think you got it very well here, because it's the working, the good of the people. And this is an aspect that is clearly much more important in Selma Lagerlöf's work than if she was religious or not, because she had this aspect of work and working ethics. So,
but I think what's fascinating me is, I mean, this text is, you can read it as a good Christian and as a good social democrat, and you don't have problem with the text. So you can see it as a religious message, with some critics on the Catholic Church or on whatever, but you can see it even as a national secularized text at the same time, and this is, I guess, where she had so much success as well.
But if we see the film, because the film came in 1919 in Sweden, and I think it was in 1920 in France, and the short story hadn't been translated yet. So the French saw the film and they liked the fantastic in it, but they didn't understand the Christian thing, because they didn't understand the work aspect. So thank you very much, Thomas.
But perhaps even because they didn't have this tradition of devotional pietist literature that is behind, I think, the text as well.
Do you see a connection between this work ideal and the idea of work that we can call late modern, where you have your work as a sort of self-expression, a joyful way of finding your true identity? Are there a continuation between those two?
I think yes, of course. I mean, the one of the best examples, I mean, this dying Salvation officer that is really defining herself about in this work. And I think this is, of course, I would see as a continuation. The question is, where did we lose the common God, the common good in work? And this is,
in effect, his warning against workaholism.
Yes, of course. Yeah, exactly.
But it's a double sense, because she's also in love with David.
Yeah.
So the work one has loved too much is the object of the work.
Yeah. This is ambiguous part that I didn't want to mention, because it's I have to continue. But this is why it's very hard to say: is it really God that she's longing after, or is it the man who is longing after? And I think it is really fine, like a tapatin tvisen, or what it is, like that you can decide what you want. I think the question of love is quite clear, but perhaps this love for David, this man that has been lost to some devil that is now conducted to the new way, is a way to worship God as well and do the good. I think all these possibilities of interpretation are there without being expressed, and this is, I think, what's nice about it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions? We have time, I think, for one more. But we have also, discussed this. Thank you very much, Thomas, for a very good presentation. And so now it's Friederike Felgt, who's a professor at the Goethe University in Frankfurt. And whenever you're ready, Friederike.
Yeah, thank you so much for the invitation. This has been a true Bildungsreise for me. I've learned a lot about Protestantism that I maybe should have learned before I was writing the talk. However, can be improved afterwards. And I have to admit that I'm a real amateur in the field of Protestantism, so I hope that there are not too many mistakes in religious terms and things like that. In my talk, I will investigate the relationship between Protestantism and the welfare state in Vilhelm Moberg's Emigrant series. According to Sven Liljestrand, the novels contribute to the discussion of what it means to be Swedish. My talk highlights religious and political aspects of the depiction of Swedish identity in the Emigrant series. I will start with a short introduction into the political and religious positions that Moberg held in the 1950s, focusing on two public debates that Moberg participated in and on their relation to Cold War culture. In a second step, I will analyze some political aspects of how the novels depict religious movements and institutions. And in a third step, I will focus on the aesthetic functions of religion in the novels. The Emigrant series was published between 1949 and 1959 and is still extremely popular in Sweden. During the 1950s, Moberg participated in several public debates, and I will mention two of them that are relevant for the understanding of the context of the novels. After the publication of Utvandrarna, the first novel of the Emigrant series, the author and member of the Pentecostal movement, Ebbe Reuterdal, started a so-called morality feud that lasted from 1950 until 1951. Reuterdal and others accused Moberg of sullying the reputation of the Swedish emigrants. They criticized indecent depictions in Utvandrarna, especially some dirty stories the characters tell on the trip over the Atlantic Ocean. Moberg rejected their demands for linguistic decency in literary texts. According to Moberg, it is the task of literature to explore the truth about the humans and their living conditions and to depict the human body and soul in their greatness as well as misery. And this task requires a form of realism that sometimes includes offensive language. For example, the portrait of the prostitute Ulrika requires explicit language. The third novel, Nybyggarna, refers indirectly to the morality feud when Petrus Olausson, a conservative and very religious peasant from Helsinki, and the new neighbor of one of the main characters of the Emigrant series, Karl Oskar, is unpleasantly affected by the view of Karl Oskar's 4-year-old son. Karl Oskar's son wears no shorts and thus does not have his penis covered with clothes, and I quote from the novel in my translation, it was as if Petrus took offense at the view of the genitals of the child. He did no longer look like the mild Uncle Petrus. Did he care about how much a 4-year-old showed? The child could have been entirely naked for that matter. Liljestrand notes that the narrator's and Karl Oscar's thoughts become identical in this passage. He reads the scene as an allegory about the tendency of the church to neglect the realistic and the natural, and mentions the morality feud in this context. Besides the phenomenon of conservative prudishness, the social consequences of the Christian aversion to the body are interesting in our context. I will come back to this aspect of my analysis of depictions of Christian movements and institutions in the novel. The second public debate that I would like to mention is the so-called Rättsröta, actually a series of judicial affairs that included corruption and the abuse of power. And the cases are very complex, so I have to admit that I cannot really summarize what the cases were. 2 of the judicial affairs also caused homophobic discussions, since they assumed that abuse of power had occurred in homosexual relationships. Moberg participated in the debate and attacked the Swedish monarchy and the bureaucrats who were involved in the affairs. Jens Liljestrand sees Moberg's critique as a more general attack on a bureaucratic state in which collective oppression is opposed to individual legal security. In general, Liljestrand reads the Emigrant series as a reflection of the Cold War culture, and this is sometimes also a bit problematic. According to him, attacks on homosexuals and communists during the McCarthy era in the United States overlapped with attacks on a growing administrative power that came into being during the New Deal and the establishment of the welfare state structures. In Sweden, the social democratic welfare state included a growth of bureaucracy too, of course. Bureaucrats, Liljestrand explains, were often young, urban and well-educated. Critics of the welfare state considered bureaucrats as an effeminate and secretive elite that threatened society, morality and democracy. Liljestrand sees Moberg's public attacks on powerful bureaucrats as part of this form of welfare state criticism that includes the fear of unmanliness. This antagonism towards bureaucrats is a possible explanation for Moberg's increasingly critical attitude towards the Swedish welfare state. In his early years, Moberg participated in the working class movement and supported social democratic ideas. During the 1940s, his positions became closer to liberalism. In the 1950s, he published his articles on the judicial affairs in the anarcho-syndicalist newspaper Arbetaren. However, Anna-Karin Kalstoff-Bramell emphasizes that Moberg was rather an individualist than a syndicalist. According to Liljestrand, Moberg's individualism was rooted in the ideal of the autonomous peasant, and his utopia was a local democracy without state church, bureaucracy, monarchy and rank. The Emigrant series partly reflects Moberg's idealization of the free peasant and a local democracy. The series depicts the United States as a land in which hardworking peasants have good chances to live a decent life, undisturbed by church or state authorities. However, the relative weakness of the state and the church in North America has its negative sides, as the later novels show. For example, so-called wildcat money, that is, money issued by poorly capitalized, state-chartered banks, often becoming worthless, threatens the modest wealth of peasants and laborers. And the grassroots democracy of the local parish makes it difficult to build a church. Everyone who has ever experienced grassroots democracy knows why it is difficult to do anything in grassroots democracy. The series is highly critical of the authorities in Sweden, and yet there is no working class movement in the universe of the Emigrant series, even though the novels depict Karl Oskar as a reader of newspapers, especially in Nybyggarna and Sista brevet till Sverige, the later novels. In the following, I will try to give some reasons for this somehow surprising observation by focusing on the role of religion in the texts. In Utvandrarna, the conflict between the peasant Daniel on the one side and Provost Brysander and Kronolensman Lönnegren on the other side, and Kronolensman is roughly translatable as sheriff, is central to the portrait of the role of religion in the Swedish state. The novel depicts the fictive character of Daniel as a descendant of the historical figure Åke Svensson, a peasant from the Swedish parish Juda, who founded a religious movement in the 1780s. Åkeanism. Svensson and his disciples believed in the necessity of personal conversion and that everybody can preach. They shared all their belongings and were very religious but critical of the state church and other political authorities. Their rebellious behavior escalated when Svensson started to give the Eucharist to his disciples after being excluded from the Eucharist in the church. In Moberg's novel, Daniel has a vision in which Jesus and his ancestor Åke Svensson visit him and ask him to complete Svensson's work. Daniel starts a religious movement that resembles Åkeanism. He shares his home and food with his disciples and invites even criminals and the local prostitute Ulrika to stay at his place. The provost is alarmed and questions Daniel. Daniel reproaches the provost for false preaching and for selling spirits to the parish. The provost is agitated. He does not tolerate any disobedience and holds the opinion that distilling grain into spirits guarantees high grain prices, and that the high grain prices are necessary for forcing poor people to work. So we have the work ethics here as well. His arguments are social and economic instead of religious. Daniel, in contrast, defends his communist views by quoting from the Bible, referring to the community of property and the first Christian community that is mentioned in the Acts of the Apostles. Like Åke Svensson, Daniel and his disciples are excluded from the Eucharist and start to celebrate it out of church until Brysander and Lönnegren disperse a forbidden meeting. Brysander and Lönnegren are assisted by the church warden Per Persson. Brysander, who has experienced a childhood in relative poverty, is, in general, a well-meaning provost, but cannot accept any dissent or social change, since he has reached a position of relative prosperity in the strict hierarchy in Swedish society and is thus interested in its stability. Brysander is also highly critical of the increasing reading ability of his parishioners that precipitates disobedience. Lönnegren is not without sympathies for the poor peasants and farmhands in his district, but he has to impose the rules of the society that is based on the exploitation of the poor. Per Persson is a mostly negative figure. He exploits women sexually and strives for power. The contempt that these representatives of the state and the church show towards criminals and prostitutes contrasts with Daniel's generosity and selflessness. Daniel and his disciples are sentenced for their forbidden meetings, and the religious order of the society thus is re-established for a moment. However, Daniel and some of his disciples decide to emigrate to North America in order to attain freedom of worship. The revival of Åkeanism in the 1840s in Moberg's novels is fictive and has no historical counterpart. Liljestrand means that Daniel has the function of confronting the bureaucratic authorities. He refers to the Swedish welfare state of the late 1940s and the perception of the Soviet Union as a bureaucratic state. However, it is relevant in our context that this confrontation is a religious confrontation with political aspects. The novels criticize the state church. They do not separate politics from religion, which is, of course, also impossible in the system of the time. Furthermore, historically, the criticism of the institutionalized church and its hierarchy was a founding principle of Protestantism. Thus, the criticism of the state church in Utvandrarna in some aspects parallels the criticism of the Catholic Church in the beginning of the Reformation. The conflict between Daniel and Brysander and Lönnegren is a conflict between a humane Christianity with communist traits and authorities that exploit the governed people and neglect their misery. Economic interests corrupt Brysander's faith. When Karl Oskar in a later scene asks Provost Brysander for the permission to leave the parish, the provost blames Karl Oskar for striving for earthly wealth and warns him about the dangers of North America, its heretics and criminals. He praises the ancestors who lived on bark bread and got their strength from their modesty and obedience to God and the authorities. Karl Oskar does not want to mention that the death of his daughter Anna, who died during a hunger winter, is a reason for him to leave. He knows that the provost will label Anna's death as a divine revelation. It is obvious to the readers that the provost himself enjoys the relative prosperity that results from his position. The prostitute Ulrika calls him a belly priest and fat body, bukpresten, isterkrop. Thus it is ironic that he accuses Karl Oskar of being interested in material wealth. The narrative structure of the novels underlines that people from the upper class depend on people who work physically. Brysander, Lönnegren, and Persson do only appear in the stories when they are relevant for the plot that is told entirely from the perspectives of the oppressed. The emigration of the people the authorities depend on poses a threat to their power and wealth. Daniel's face is more consistent with his lifestyle than Brysander's. However, Daniel's disinterest in earthly goods has problematic sides too. He shares everything with the poor of the parish and thus risks the economic well-being of his family. Furthermore, Daniel's idealism makes it difficult for him and his followers to integrate in society. In Sweden, his radical nonconformism ends in criminalization and exclusion. He thus decides to emigrate, but his integration in North America is not without difficulties. Daniel believes that he and his disciples can speak English as soon as they enter America, but he is, of course, wrong. Bror Olsson shows parallels between Daniel's belief and other Christian sects like the followers of Erik Jansson, who emigrated from Sweden to North America between 1846 and 1850 and founded a colony in Illinois. Jansson had the opinion that he and his disciples will be able to speak English as soon as they are in North America, which was, of course, also not the case. Olsson states that glossolalia or xenoglossy is a cardinal dogma in the Pentecostal movement. Thus, that Daniel wrongly believes in being able to speak English as soon as he enters America is also a sideswipe at the Pentecostals that attacked Moberg during the morality feud. The novels depict some other religious characters more positively. The Baptist priest Henry Jackson welcomes the Swedish emigrants very warmly at Stillwater, a place that is close to the later settlements of the Swedes. He accommodates them when they arrive after their long journey from Sweden to Minnesota. Jackson is helpful and friendly, and he's an excellent cook and housekeeper. A modern man, seen from a gender perspective. Jackson is popular in his parish, and he becomes a good husband when he marries Ulrika, the former prostitute. We learn that he had been a thief in England before he came to America and sat in prison because he had stolen food. Both Jackson and Ulrika start a new life that is associated with their conversion to baptism. The ritual of adult baptism symbolizes this possibility of a new start. However, their sins are not their own sins. They are the sins of the societies they came from. These societies discriminated Jackson and Ulrika to poor and illegitimate children. Ulrika was sold to a peasant who abused her sexually. That was not the sexual abuse, but the selling or auctioning children to peasants was the usual system at that time. And Jackson learned to steal an orphanage where he could not get enough food without stealing it. And maybe you know Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist, I think it is, where he asks for more food. The novels do not explain the general structure of Baptist churches. However, it is obvious that Henry Jackson convinces his parishioners through his efforts that he does not attach value to hierarchies and that he works independently in his church. Historically, Baptists in America stood up for a strict separation of state and church and for religious freedom. In the novels, Henry and Ulrika Jackson become free from a state that discriminates and exploits the weakest parts of society. In Nybyggarna, the Swedish pastor Erland Turner is a positive contrast to Brysander. He was educated by the Swedish church, but his opinions differ strongly from Brysander's. He's empathic, rejects different social ranks and the policy of the Swedish church that punishes dissenters instead of relying on the mild Christian evangelium. Furthermore, he is highly critical of the state church. He had lost his job due to his criticism of the Swedish church. However, in North America, he wants to protect his compatriots from false doctrines. In Karl Oscar's and his wife Christina's new home, he celebrates a mass for all Swedish Lutherans. 12 believers are present like the 12 apostles. In his sermon, Turner emphasizes that God is with them wherever they go. He thus recognizes the emigration instead of condemning it, like Brysander when he tells there are only criminals and heretics in North America. The description of the Mass is mostly narrated from Christina's perspective. When Christina has to change one of her children during the service, she is afraid that the priest could become angry because of the interruption, and a clucking hen distracts her thoughts. However, Erland Turner smiles at the child and remains unperturbed when the hen clucks. The sacrament becomes an ecstatic experience for the believers. As I've shown in my monograph, Die Regierung des Mangels, the scene that describes the service interweaves symbolic and realist elements and shows that a religion that is experienced as a form of redemption always has to take physical needs into consideration. In Nübigena, the founding of an own Lutheran parish establishes a social structure that enables a form of community. The new parish has, on the one hand, similar functions to the parishes in Sweden. People have a place to pray together, to meet regularly, and an institution that educates the children. It is, on the other hand, a democratic organization based on voluntary cooperation, and this makes it more difficult to get things done. For example, there's a long dispute about the color of the church they want to build. However, Karl Oskar appreciates the democratic structure of the parish that he names American order, because no one governs over others without respecting their will. In the Emigrant series, it is the parish and not a non-religious political community that is the model of organizing society. And this is, I think, a key to understanding the absence of a working class movement in the novels. In the novels, building a political community always includes religion. Different analysis of the Emigrant series emphasize their extensive use of biblical style and motifs. For example, there are passages like the prologues of the novels. They take a distant perspective, and Liljestrand classifies the language of these passages as reverent and compares their rhythm to the Old Testament. These distant passages alternate with the larger parts of the novels that depict the perspectives of different characters in variable and multiple internal focalizations. In these passages, seen from the perspective of a character, free indirect speech, or more precisely, but unfortunately German, erlebte Gedankenrede, couldn't find the English term for it, conveys the character's doubts and worries. These doubts and worries are often related to religious questions and affect the character's conscience. The narrative technique includes a form of identification of the narrator with the narrated characters. For example, both the narrator and the narrated characters share the same dialectical expressions. In Utvandrarna, there is no hierarchy between the main characters. All are important and their perspectives have the same value. The novels thus depict individual and equal relationships to God and allow their readers to sympathize with the characters. The emphasis on the individual relationship to God and its equality mirrors Protestant principles. The novels refer to numerous biblical intertexts, and I will only mention some of the allusions to and quotations from Genesis and Exodus. In my monograph, I've discussed the role of the Bible verse, "In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground, for out of it wast thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return," and of the motive of the apple in the novels in more detail. Thus, I would just like to mention that the novels depict the longing for a lost home that is comparable to Eden, and that this motive is connected to the motive of the apple. Christina longs for her home Sweden, and Karl Oskar asks their relatives to send them some apple seeds from Sweden. And Christina plants the seeds, and she can eat the first apple from the new tree shortly before she dies, or immediately before she dies. and feels home at this moment. Furthermore, in Utvandrarna and Invandrarna, the abundance of the United States resembles the land flowing with milk and honey that God promises to Moses and his folk when they emigrate from the Egyptian oppression. Philip Holmes has analyzed how Daniel interprets his emigration as a repetition of Abraham's exodus from Egypt. The repeated dialogue with these intertexts leave their mark on the structure of the novels. With the Acts of the Apostles, Daniel also refers to early Christianity, but in the course of the novels it becomes obvious that this cannot be the model for a successful religious community. So his community falls apart in some sense. The character that comes closest to a feeling of redemption in the novels is Christina. The scene in which the Swedish settlers celebrate the first Mass is mostly told from her perspective. However, in one passage, Daniel remembers the last Eucharist he celebrated in Sweden that was dispersed by Brusender and Lönnegren. The religious freedom in America contrasts with the oppression in Sweden. The religious freedom, the readers almost participate in the service. That means we read the psalm that the community sings and parts of the sermons the pastor holds. It's similar to what Carl Clemens Kübler has presented. The passage conveys the gestures of the pastor, the noises that distract Christina, the voices of the prayers, the thoughts of Christina, her perceptions and emotions. Her experience is overwhelming. She almost loses her conscience during the Eucharist. She and the other believers start crying when they receive the Eucharist. And in this moment, they are a religious community. But Christina feels at the same time, and I quote from the novel, as if she had been separated from all other humans and earthly things, as if she had been the only human in the whole creation. The individuality of her experience, the felt separation from other people and things, makes it a Protestant communion. As readers, we share the impression of participating in the communion due to the detailed and multifaceted description. At the same time, we are, of course, also entirely separated from it because we are just reading the scene and not really participating in the Mass. Historically, the rise of Protestantism and the spread of the book culture were closely related. Mauby's novels remind of the Enlightenment effect of the alphabetization and show with Brusander's dislike of the reading population how much Protestantism has lost contact to its own roots. The rhetorical and structural similarities and the references to the Bible place the novels in a Christian tradition. As the episode with Christina and the apple shows, the key to regain the lost home is memory. As well-researched historical novels, the novels themselves are a form of memory. And Liljestrand has argued convincingly that they actually have influenced the Swedish understanding of the land's own history, and especially the history of emigration. However, as I've shown, the novels also include complex references to Protestantism. These references indicate that the novels think of a communion rather than a community when they imagine what a Swedish society could have looked like when it left the wrong track that the state church had taken. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you, Friederike. And I can see that the clock is running because we have reserved tables at the same place. But of course, we have time for a few questions. Has anyone got any comments or questions for Friederike?
I just wanted to say thank you very much. And I thought what I thought was really, really interesting was your perspective, not just to read this novel as a picture of what's happening in Swedish immigrant societies, but rather that in this Swedish society at the time, and this the question of what kind of communist or socialist or social democratic vision of the welfare state should we have. And I don't know if you can say something more about this this picturing of this. I mean, this radical communists that you see that are some kind of the radical pietists or Pentecosts. I don't know, and and communist branches in society and so on. Perhaps not, because I mean, but.
Yeah, thank you. But do you mean it is like Moberg's perspective on the Swedish society?
Yeah. I think it's that the reader is like when reading the novel, is even mirroring what's happening and discussing is discussed at the time. And this is, I thought, was one of your.
So I think it is very convincing that Moberg somehow refers to a small scale peasant society that is actually without a state or has very weak state structures. However, it is obvious that some stately structures are needed and are necessary, and it's also, I think, when he started, actually, I think he changed position during the writing of the novels. When he started writing it, he thought of the United States as a kind of paradise. And the longer the immigrants live in the United States, the less paradisic it is. Even though, of course, it was the hardest time is establishing the farm, seen from a perspective of economic misery. However, where there is hope for abundance in the United States when they come, because they think, oh, the land is free for us to use, and it's a very good soil. The soil is really important in the novels. They soon realized that there were people living there before, and they have the Indian Wars in the last novel, and then the American Civil War starts, and it becomes obvious that they are not just peasants living on their own soil with their own parish being isolated from the rest of the world. And so there is a global aspect too in this perspective on society. And I think that can also be related to the role of Sweden in after the Second World War, because they actually had a lot of immigrants in Sweden, and I think we can read the immigrants also as an appeal to the Swedes to guest these people and share of the abundance they have. But that is not the welfare state story, maybe.
It could be. I mean, depends on which kind of welfare state you're talking about. But yeah, any other comments, questions? Yes.
Thanks so much. Very interesting. I just wonder if you could also maybe just speak a little bit about this kind of this astonishing reception it had, like in that it was so beloved, and back of my head there is in terms of this kind of religious element. If possibly there is something about that in that one of the other very influential debates of the 1950s was the tro och vetande debatten, where I mean Ingmar Hedenius, Tingsten, like Axel Hägerström's disciples, essentially, more or less, kind of, I, from what I understand, like very persuasively argued for the limitations of the church and its claims on modern society, and if that possibly had something to do with that, why people could like kind of get into this instead, or something as a kind of truer form of Christianity, where the sort of the state church Christianity has lost some of its seeming kind of I don't know, legitimacy, maybe something like that.
Well, I actually didn't find any hints in the research literature that Moberg relates to this debate, but he was, of course, highly critical of the church state, so there are many similarities in his political positions, and I would also say in the novels, because they are highly critical of any form of state church, and that is obvious. So it's a democratic church and grassroots organization, even though it is difficult, is the ideal established in the novels. So, sorry, what was the first part of?
I wonder if against the backdrop of this debate, where the Swedish church lost some of its faith, I suppose. Could that have been one of the reasons why it kind of, or could that be seen as kind of behind, and not behind, but like in the background of why it had this astonishing kind of reception, where it became so beloved, and that because it brings out, as you very persuasively show, like another kind of Christianity where it's kind of outside of the state church, where so the kind of Christianity that hasn't been criticized by this Hedenius, Tingsten, etc.
Yeah, I think that is possible. However, I mean, I think they are so popular because they are so good. I really have to admit that, and I've read a lot of research literature that states that the novels establish a form of very strong identification with the main characters. Like, I've read, it's about 2,000 pages. I've read it at least twice, and it becomes better the more you read the novels, and the identification with the characters is really strong. Like, I think I'm not the only person who cried during reading these books several times, and it's also stated in the secondary literature that many have this experience. So, and they are also they are page turners in some respects. So I think that is part of their popularity. And on the other hand, I didn't go into this debate because it's not so relevant in the Protestant context. He somehow revised or tried to revise the Swedish historiography with these novels, and he actually succeeded in doing so. So Swedish people imagine emigration history through the characters of Karl Oskar and Christina, and there's a musical, and there are statues, and the Emigration Museum actually includes Moberg's desk, and he gave all the Swedes that have, I think most of them have some family members that have emigrated to the United States. He gave them a new view on this history. So they were no longer the people who left their fatherland and were in some respects infidel to their roots, but they are actually the heroes of these novels, and that's a new perspective that was, I think, highly esteemed at that time. But it is of course possible that this religious debate also plays a role. So thank you also for the hint. So I should try to find some evidence for that.
Thank you for a great presentation. I agree with you that these are really fantastic books. I just had a small comment. You were speaking about a certain pastor who forgot the roots of Protestantism in book culture. And I think that's a myth, which is simply not true. It's correct that early Lutherans supported alphabetization of congregations, but that was because they should read the catechism, period. They should not read anything else. And the states, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, they tried to ensure that by very strictly monitoring the public sphere. They started strict book censorship. They started ban on import on foreign books, particularly from Germany. That was should be policed in all towns. It's true that Luther translated the Bible into German, as everybody knows, but that was because the pastors should be able to read it, not the ordinary people. They should read the catechism, nothing else. Those who got the idea that ordinary people should read the Bible, those were the pietists. They organized cheap printing of Bibles, distributing it widely to ordinary people. The early Lutherans in the first 200 years did nothing of the sort.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I have to admit, after I heard your talk, I thought I should rewrite my talk, but I can't manage to do it. But I definitely will. I have to differentiate more clearly between the pietist currents and the Lutheran Protestantism and the state church in this respect. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the comments and the questions, and thank you, Frederikke, for your presentation. And now we will proceed and go to the same place as yesterday, Snak Michel's. And yeah, we look forward to the presentations of the afternoon afterwards. Thank you.
So, very welcome back to the last session of our conference. It's astonishing always how it just flies by us, but until now, and I think it will continue now, it was a very inspiring dialogue, I think. So I'm very happy now to present. Actually, this is now the Swedish-French session, because Maria, she was a Swedish lecturer in Paris at Cependant, and Per, who's coming afterwards, is a Swedish lecturer now in Strasbourg. So now Maria has made a PhD thesis, her PhD thesis on folklore as social critic, on peut dire, one can say in modern breakthrough literature. Voilà. Huh? The female versus use of folklore literature, exactly. So, if you're interested, there are some books to buy. But now you will speak about something else, more contemporary. So, let the right one come in.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you for inviting me. I'm going to talk about this book that perhaps you know, and I will show you some photos from the film. But I'm not really going to talk about the film. Well, you will see. So, the Nordic welfare state has scored highly around the world in surveys on social trust and happiness. The Scandinavian thriller, however, has given a more ambiguous vision of Scandinavian society. In the 1960s, Sjöwall and Wahlöö were already drawing a critical portrait of contemporary Swedish society, where the political model cracked apart to give a glimpse of a corrupt social democracy. They attacked politics, not the church, as if the society, the Protestant society of Sweden, left no room for religious belief. Do you hear me? This is better. So, Let the Right One In, Låt den rätte komma in, by Jonna Eivind Lindqvist, with a bullied boy and a vampire friend, does not belong to the thriller genre, but a sharp criticism of several aspects of Swedish society in the 1980s, is expressed in the novel. It is not suspense that allow this novel to get this view across, but its use of the fantastic. Indeed, the supernatural seems to reveal oppressions and the mechanism of powers by disguising them in the fantastic genre. This critic of society successfully aims at a new target, namely secular Protestant society. Analyzing this novel, featuring two children in a concrete suburb, where the absence of a church is emphasized, I will examine whether the secular society has a role to play in the context of the history of current Nordic conception of well-being. The novel Let the Right One In focuses on the identification of the Nordic welfare state as a sterilized society constructed by the Social Democrats by destroying the past, even the religious past. All these elements are present in the incipit of the novel. And you have it here in English. I thought I would read it in Swedish. So it's the first page. Blackeberg. Man tänker kanske kokosbollar, tänker kanske knark. Ett anständigt liv. Tänker tunnelbanestation, förort. Sen tänker man inte så mycket mer. Bor väl folk där som på andra platser. Det var ju därför det byggdes. För att folk skulle ha någonstans att bo. Ingen naturligt framväxande plats, nej. Här var allting indelat i enheter från början. Folk flyttade in i det som fanns. Betonghus i jordfärger, utslängda i grönskan.
När denna historia utspelar sig har Blackeberg som ort existerat i 30 år. Man skulle kunna tänka sig en pionjäranda. Mayflower, ett okänt land. Ja, föreställa sig de obebodda husen som väntar på sina människor. Och där kommer de, tågande över Tranebergsbron med solsken och visioner i blick. Året är 1952, mödrar bär sina små på armen eller kör dem i barnvagn, håller dem i handen. Fäder bär inte på hackor eller spadar utan köksmaskiner och funktionella möbler. Förmodligen sjunger de något, Internationalen kanske, eller Så går vi upp till Jerusalem, beroende på läggning. Det är stort, det är nytt, det är modernt. Men det var ju inte så. De kom med tunnelbanan eller med bilar, flyttbilar, en och en, sipprade in i de färdigbyggda lägenheterna och hade med sig saker. Sorterade sakerna i måttbestämda fack och lägenhet och hyllor. Ställde sina möbler i formation på korkmattorna. Köpte nytt för att fylla hålen. När det var färdigt lyfte de sina ögon och såg på detta land som blivit dem givet. Gick ut ur sina portar och fann att allt land redan var brutet. Bara att foga sig i det som fanns. Det fanns ett centrum. Det fanns rejält tilltagna lekplatser för barnen. Det fanns vidsträckta grönområden runt knuten. Det fanns många bilfria gångstråk. En bra plats. Man sa det till varandra över köksbordet någon månad efter att man flyttat in. Det är en bra plats vi kommit till. Bara en sak fattades. En historia. I skolan fick barnen inte göra specialarbeten om Blackebergs förflutna eftersom det inte fanns något. Men då man var utom räckhåll för det förflutnas mysterier, hade inte ens en kyrka. En ort med 10 000 invånare utan kyrka. Det säger en del om platsens modernitet och rationalitet. So the supernatural in the novel seems to reveal oppression and the mechanism of powers by appearing in the form of magic. It would be a counter-speech to be understood between the lines. As in magical realism, these texts are sometimes, I quote, subversive. Their in-betweeners, their all-at-onceness, encourages resistance to monological, political and cultural structures. A feature that has made the mode particularly useful to writers in post-colonial cultures. End of quote. The turn of the 21st century saw a craze for one of the founding themes of the fantastic, the vampire. So, what is the role of the legacy of the church in the context of the history of present-day Nordic conceptions? I will examine some of the forgotten roots of the Nordic welfare state visible in the novel. I will argue that the fantastic not only allows for the study of different aspects of society, such as otherness, but that the novel focuses on the identification of the welfare state as a sterilized society built by the social democrats by destroying the past and the importance of the church. In Let the Right One In, the founding myth of the Mayflower and the march of the people towards a glorious future are parodied. Perhaps, yeah. The laudatory description of a simple reinforced concrete bridge further ironizes a construction built in the years marking the birth of the welfare state. The Traneberg Bridge, inaugurated in 1934, is located in the center of Stockholm. When it was built, it was the longest arched bridge in the world, built of reinforced concrete with a span of 181 meters. But by 1981, the novel is taking place in 1981. It was no longer the pride it had been. Tranebergsbron, när den invigdes 1934 var den en smärre nationell stolthet. Den största betongbron i ett spann i världen. Redan på 60-talet kom larmrapporter om att bron långsamt höll på att vittra sönder till följd av den myckna trafik som belastade den. Man renoverade och förstärkte i omgångar, men den stora om- och nybyggnad man av och om talade om låg ännu långt i framtiden. Så på morgonen söndagen den 8 november 1981 såg bron trött ut. En levnadsmätt gamling som sorgset ruvade på de tider då himlarna var ljusare, molnen lättare och då det var den största betongbron i ett spann i världen. The author seems to mock the vain pride of men over the grandeur of a bridge which, now old, has become pathetic in its former glory, when it risks no longer even being able to serve its sole purpose, that of facilitating the crossing of people to the suburbs. By mocking this old construction, which was the pride of the past, the author goes perhaps beyond the simple description of a bridge. Indeed, what happened in 1934, the year of its construction? In Sweden, The Hangman by Per Lagerkvist denounced the rise of nazism. Alva Myrdal and Gunnar Myrdal published their treatise Kris i befolkningsfrågan on social policy, one of the keystones of the Nordic welfare state. At the origin of Kris i befolkningsfrågan was the fear of seeing the disappearance of the Swedish people, we were talking about more by just before lunch, who had not been multiplying enough. Sweden in the year 1934 was not only marked by the birth of a bridge, it was the year when totalitarian danger threatened Swedish culture and reforms of family policy under the welfare state took shape, causing a big debate. The two areas were not without a disturbing connection. At the beginning of the 1930s, the economic situation was worrying all over the world. In Sweden, unemployment was reaching very big levels, and indeed, all families were affected. At the turn of the 18th century to the 19th century, a family usually had 4 children, and now in the 1930s, it had only 2. It was thanks to Kris i befolkningsfrågan and the reforms demanded by the Myrdal couple that the construction to house poor families were widely undertaken, with Blakkeberg being an example. So, wouldn't this bridge appear in the novel as the very symbol of great projects like Myrdal's reforms, something conceived as a vast edifice, a social necessity, but that led to a policy of standardization? The Nordic welfare state was built as a generous and peaceful folkhem, the people's home. A concept born in Sweden anyway, at a time when Europe was preparing to enter the First World War and made strong at the end of the Second. The aim was to build a society where everyone felt good and lived in solidarity and mutual aid. Here, Sweden lay the foundation of a political agenda which would assert itself in the 1930s around the nations of a society of well-being. The return to the Traneberg Bridge, if I can return to the bridge, the author demonstrates that a few years later, after its construction, far from appearing triumphal, it has become the image of a society which has not kept all its promises. In the Let the Right One In, the characters suffer within this society. The reflections of one of the characters, as he comes to visit his companion in the hospital, say a lot about the effect of the too bright and the too orderly of Swedish society. Woman characters is dying in a hospital bed, and it's here, in this sterilized place, that the male character will go the furthest to in his hatred to the suburb, of modernism, of cleanliness, of standardization in this welfare state, which had turned its back on all forms of beliefs in favor of the functional. I read it in Swedish. Det är så här det blir. Hos Dostojevskij var sjukdom och död nästan alltid smutsigt, påvert. Krossad under vagnshjul, lera, tyfus, blodfläckade näsdukar och så vidare. Men fan om det inte var att föredra mot det här. Mot att avlägsnas in i något slags polerad maskin. Han tittade på plastblomman. Det var som att de satt dit den enkom i syfte att understryka att här fick det inte finnas något liv. Här var det ordning och reda. He dreams of fleeing the suburb and leaving this sterilized society. Här, hela skiten, Blackeberg, alltihop. De här husen, vägarna man går, platserna, människorna, alltihop är bara en enda stor jävla sjukdom. Fattar du? Det är något fel. De tänkte ut den här platsen, planerade alltihop för att det skulle bli perfekt, va? Och på något jävla vänster blev det fel istället. Något skit. Som att, jag kan inte förklara det, som att de hade någon idé om vinklarna, vad fan som helst. Vinklarna husen skulle stå i, förhållande till varandra, va? Så att det blev harmoni eller något. Och så hade de något fel på mätstickan, vinkelhaken, vad fan de använder. Så att det blev lite fel från början och sen blev det mer fel. Så att man går här mellan husen och bara känner att nej. Här ska man inte vara. Här är det fel, fattar du? Fast det är ju inte vinklarna. Det är något annat. Något som bara, som en sjukdom som sitter i väggarna. Och jag vill inte vara med längre. It's Blackeberg, the suburb, built without religion, without a past that the character talks about. He dreams of a house in the country far from civilization. He tries to formulate the evil that he feels in the buildings, but what he actually expresses is the discomfort of living in concrete, in cities without souls, built too quickly, something which which can engender evil. I won't quote. I will say what Denis Labbé et Gilbert Millet says. Shorten it a bit. The city, in its very essence, should be saved from any supernatural intrusion. At least that's how its inhabitants perceive it. Its very structure, the linearity of its street, because it generates violent behavior. The city is now also the city of psychopaths, vampires, or other disturbing creature. It was just a short of the quote. Maj Sjövall and Per Wahlöö had already exposed another side of the Swedish welfare state and the failings of this model. Indeed, they demonstrated in the Inspector Martin Beck's theories that the Swedish model was only a front. As for Ajvide, the author, he depicts themes such as rational and cold modern life in which the imagination has no free rein. It is therefore the human being who suffers from functionalism and rationalism who is put forward in the novel. Yet I contend that the rationalism of the welfare state is also a spiritual one. According to the narrator, the lack of mystery makes people vulnerable because they aren't prepared for the killings that attend the vampire's advent. But why does the Nordic welfare state lack enigma and mysticism? Sweden is overwhelmingly Lutheran and will have borne the seeds of demystification of society by ridding itself as much as possible of the three oldest and most significant characteristics of the sacred. Pardon me. So, mystery, miracle, and magic. Sweden doesn't know what it is. The fact that this theory holds true for Sweden can be seen in the context of the fact that the Protestant Church has always demystified religion. There has been a belief in dogmatism and correct doctrine with the Church of Sweden for centuries. The rationale was put forward to the detriment of mystification, and this made mysticism disappear. I will skip this part where I describe this because I don't have the time and because I don't pretend to be the expert on the issue. So I'm going. So. A policy of solidarity, equality, and well-being was imposed in Sweden in the 20th century due to the Social Democrats being in power and a long period of peace on the sidelines on the wars which ravaged Europe twice. The country was enriched by making rich by its industry and was able to set up generous wealth policy. However, when Sweden was creating its model, the supernatural messenger of ill omen no longer had any reason to be. Has social democracy killed the boreal fantastic? Asked Antoine Gimy at the Sorbonne, quoting the functionalist manifesto Acceptera, published in 1931, and whose thinking was quite close to that of the suburban planners. We don't need the old culture, we cannot escape our own time by looking back, etc. Indeed, in the society of well-being, isn't it normal that every sort of uncertainty is prohibited? Pardon me. The absence of history, historielöshet in Swedish, becomes the aesthetic and conceptual ideal, thereby prohibiting for a time recourse to imagination and to the past. Nordic novels have thus preferred science fiction and futuristic dystopia to the fantastic, which is too attached to old beliefs. The novel Kallocain in 1940 by Karin Boye, depicting a totalitarian society, is a testament to this. This dystopia pushes the functionalism of Swedish society and the police surveillance of private space to its logical end, creating a new form of anxiety. So, rational Nordic society is seen in its suburban architecture. Logically, it will go on to eclipse religion, but doesn't the population need a certain mystery? Doesn't it feel uneasy in a society that is too sterile? The fantastic in early 19th century novels tended to arise in the countryside, in forgotten mansions of the modern world, like fortified castle with endless hallways, step staircases and high towers. The genre was close to romanticism, and these places retain a trace of it. The full moon, lush and wild gardens, cemeteries and ruins, frail young ladies and mysterious evil men. The ghost and the vampire blended into each other in these settings. Yet it was in the era of the Victorian novel that the city entered the fantastic genre. The streets of London were still dark and mysterious enough to the enigmas of Sherlock Holmes and for Dr. Jekyll to find his victims. In the 20th century, the Nordic countries wanted to be modern and well lit. They wanted to be protective and rational. However, the fantastic continued to haunt them, and modern terror coexists within the functional city, built for the well-being of the population. This modern urban supernatural I don't know what I wanted to say. I'm sorry. What I wanted to say is that now the vampire left its castles to go and live in the suburbs, like Blakkeberg. You see a picture of it here. So the monster is among us. What is the reason for and the meaning of this type of cohabitation? The unease in Swedish society that the fantasy reveals in John Ajvide Lindqvist's novel would be that of a too orderly society without a church. So, an example of this policy is a certain vision of the modern city conceived by the architect Le Corbusier, and he was a model for Blakkeberg. I'm going to pass this. The author, John Ajvide Lindqvist, depicts the crowd and makes ironical remarks about the pioneer spirit in discovering the promised land, Blakkeberg. At the high of hope in the 1950s, when the Swedish model was establishing itself, the narrator imagines the crowd arriving together singing, as I told you in the beginning. He underlines the right of each one to his belief, or rather disbelief, because he proposes different songs. The International, or We Come into Jerusalem. But this choice already seems to register these people as a human failure. Instead of being religious or passionate about politics, this crowd does not seem to believe in anything. Instead of the shawls and pics of Soviet iconography, the father carry kitchen appliance and functional furniture. The functional has therefore replaced belief. Sweden was indeed starting to become a prosperous country, but associating hope for glorious future with strictly functional household appliance and furnitures seems to mock the situation. In addition, this is underlined by a graduation. It is big, it is new, it is modern. The last word, rendered in italics, does not hide the irony. Indeed, the vision is wrong. The people came one by one together in not together in a proletarian or religious march, but by tube or by car. Once the modern city has been represented, the author continues the criticism. But what is the past if it is not the religious community? Indeed, when the fantastic in the form of a child vampire rises from the suburb of Blakkeberg, the locals are unprepared. The characters fail to recognize the nature of the threat. In the void that formed after Christianity, the Scandinavian have become already became aware of the insufficiency of science in terms of spiritual well-being and the problems of life. Fate has taken several new paths in Swedish society, including some belief in the supernatural. So, an important symbol is missing, the church, which remains in the landscape, in the Swedish landscape, as a vestige of ancient times. The imagination no longer has a hold on people, thus situated beyond the reach of the mysteries of the past. Indeed, there is no past, there is no history, and therefore no soul. I don't think I have much time left, so I will skip this. This is my hometown church. Not very beautiful. So, order and good conduct, isn't this the very description not only of a hospital but of Swedish civilization, and it was as it was constructed at the turn of the century? Indeed, we find a certain repugnance towards order felt in the very buildings of Blackeberg, which close to the cold vision of the world of Le Corbusier. The social model in John Ajvide Lindqvist's novel symbolized by the suburb seems to be open to criticism. A society where everything is done for man without him having to make any effort. We talked about the importance of work before lunch, where everything is functional, cold, modern, clean, but without soul, cannot meet humankind's need for beauty and mystery. By analyzing the new cohabitation between the suburb and the supernatural, I see a criticism which stands out from the description of the suburb. It makes us understand that the society the novel criticizes is a certain idea of the welfare state, a dream of modernity and a shared well-being for all, the result of which a grey concrete architecture is seen by some as oppressive. In this view, in this new vision of the fantastic, it is no longer the supernatural that frightens, but it clearly indicates the real culprit. Everything is too clean, too new, without history, without religion, and without soul. The author imagine a world where a bullet boy, you can see him here, needs to believe in vampires, and where the neighbors are unprepared to defend themselves from a creature that is not at all rational, but the fruit of darkness and mystery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Other questions? Remarks? Very good.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. And my question refers to, because I do only know a Marxist discourse about ghosts and vampires and the motive. And I've just thought about, is it possible to see it as a anti-capitalist novel as well? Because in this Marxist discourse, it's like the ghosts of capitalism that appear in literature, for example, but also in Marxist theory itself. And I've just thought about it. Could we read it also as a story of Entfremdung and the oblivion of work that is the basis of the kitchen devices and everything? Because obviously in this story there is no history of production, which is from a Marxist side highly problematic, or is it a strange idea that has nothing to do with the novel?
No, I think it's a very good question. Thank you. No, as I said, perhaps I didn't say it, but Sjöwall and Wahlöö made. They criticized the society from the left, and I think that John Ajvide Lindqvist also does that. So yeah, I think so too.
Well, thank you for a very interesting and fascinating presentation of this novel. I was wondering, you are focusing on the authors of the novels, pointing out the lacking of mystery and religion. But is there also a room for evil in this literary universe?
For evil?
For evil, yes.
Yes.
I mean,
the whole book is about evil.
Yeah, I know that, but you didn't include
I
that.
hope you're not disappointed because I didn't talk about the vampires and all the it's
but,
all evil, and there are some pages about the society. Yeah. Of
I
course.
was wondering where has the evil gone in this social democratic universe in a way, and how does he in a way imply the reintroduction of evil in your interpretation? Then I mean it starts with the central person being a bullied boy, course, the bad mistreatment of other people. So there's something
it's a history.
deeper here.
The novel is about a bullied boy who is very, very alone, and he hasn't got anyone. So he meets this child, vampire, boy or girl, you don't really know, and it's a love story. And this vampire, I don't want to spoil it if you haven't seen it, or read it. It's a very, very big book, and the film Morse in French, if you want to see it in. They couldn't show everything, so it's just the love affair that is shown in the film. So it's a strange vision of the evil, because the vampire is evil, but he's going to protect this boy, so he's going to kill all the evil humans. So. And several times I talked about this character who think it's very sterilized society. He also says that the real evils is the politicians, and he names several Swedish politicians from this 1980s century. So it was written, I think, 15 years ago now, but it's in the 1980s century, when John Ajvide Lindqvist, he himself was a bullied boy. So.
Thank you for a thought-provoking presentation. It's a bit in the same vein as Arne. On the one hand, you say that Lindqvist points to the lack of mystery and religion in these new suburb areas, and on the other hand, you say that he claims that this lack sort of leave people there unprepared for evil. But what does he say about the connection between these two things? How does it come about that?
No, he doesn't say anything.
Mystery.
That's why I.
Yeah, but
it
doesn't say. But what does he?
No, he just says
imply
they are not
without
prepared.
saying it. I mean, what's the connection? Would be your guess.
Because he's not religious, I don't think so. But
okay.
he thinks that there should have been a church, like if the building, the church as a building could help the people around it. So he's never talking about religion, just in the beginning. Okay. So the mystery is all around.
So thank you very much, Maria. So in the I think it was 2 or 3 quotes we saw from the book. There was this motive of buildings. Does it play a big role? I haven't read the novel. I've seen the film. Does it play a big role, like the whole building. Yeah.
If you have, perhaps if you read the novel once, perhaps you don't notice it. But I noticed it, so perhaps, I don't know. But I've read it several times, and I know that he has been writing other short stories about just the same thing, about big houses that are not, problems with houses. It's a theme in his...
yeah, because I think it's interesting. I mean, it's already on page one, it seems,
yes.
Also. Yeah.
I was still thinking about a bit about the role of the function of the church in this. So, I mean, traditionally, we should say that the church is perhaps the organized institution that should protect us from vampires. And so, is it in this way that he's talking about the church? That is something that is the intermediary, the defense for all these creatures that exist, all this evil that exists, but now we don't have any church. That's why we don't have any rites, rituals to protect us against the evil. Or is it in this way he thinks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just in the beginning. Then he doesn't talk about the church afterwards, but it's on the first page.
And other Christian intertexts otherwise? Did you notice? Or I mean this. I mean, seeing in Jerusalem. I mean, this is like. I mean, apparently he knows very good Christian text. I mean, this coming into the promised land and so on and so on. I mean,
and he knows Selma Lagerlöf.
Okay.
He got the prize every year. There is a literary prize, Selma Lagerlöf-priset, and when he got it, some people thought, why him? Because he's the only Swedish horror author, and I don't think we have anyone in the north except for him. I asked people in Norway, in Denmark, I don't know. I don't think we have anyone else. He's a fan of Stephen King, and Stephen King says I'm a fan of him because I'm not a reader of King, but there is something in his novels. It's not just horror, because that's not so interesting. So perhaps, I don't know, to answer to your question, Thomas, I think he's inspired by Selma Lagerlöf. Mm-hmm. So perhaps he's not directly inspired by religion, but from her. So perhaps it was, her novel. I don't know.
I mean, one thing that is why two things why I'm thinking about this question is the one thing is that when you're studying teaching here Scandinavian studies, you're very much confronted to people that like Viking metal, so when I study a little bit looking into the history of these Viking metal bands, a lot of these Viking metal bands that come from Satanist milieux, black metal, and so on, and they come from very pietist milieux. So in some way, this would be something to explore. I didn't have the time. This interest for all this very black matters has a direct connection to a very pronounced Christian style of living, and so this would be interesting to see. And the second thing is that it's the same. I'm very, very happy and very unhappy that there was a student that has abandoned a project, a PhD project. It was very interesting, but I was happy that she was abandoning it, because this was about Norwegian horror films in the welfare state. And she wanted to show the connection, and actually you would see the same. I was happy because afterwards I understood I should see these films and watch these films. And this was this is too much for me, but I think this is a very interesting.
There is a lot of films. That's for sure. I'm going to talk about that in March about this. Okay. Often with Hjortshøj, etc. the folklore as a.
Interesting would be to see this Protestant pietist heritage, but I guess if there's no other question, yes, there's one last question. Then we go to here.
I feel really almost obliged to and compelled, because this is really the field of things that interest me. I happen to have written about the city redevelopment in Stockholm, and namely these functionalist areas, Segelstory. But I want just two hints. First one. I will start with the second. the theme of extreme clean sterilization, and then I will come to sterilization of Swedish society, is a sort of motive of foreign criticism of the Swedish model, and I have in mind maybe really it could evoke something of what you told us about, a book by Kathleen Knott, A Clean, Well-Lighted Place, from 1962, that was exactly about this lack of ability of welfare state institution to copy with evil, with uncertainty. For example, she studied and she went, she was an English writer. She visited Sweden through all the apparata that are made by the official institution to explain the Swedish model to foreigners. And she went, traveled with social workers, and was faced to this attitude. She criticized in the book, but I wanted to say this was incredibly badly received in the Swedish press, in the Swedish political establishment. It was something that was almost impossible to listen. And wasn't there a religious idea behind this ultra-rational project that made it so dogmatic, especially in this context? Second, I think that was the first I wanted to mention. I don't know about city planning, but I happened to inquire about eugenics and sterilization laws, also of the 30s and 40s, and among the supporters, people with the background in the free Eucor, nykterhetsrörelse. So this idea of cleanness has clear link with people with a religious Protestant background. So so this historielöshet was also a sort of a religious project, and that's why it's understandable, but it's not completely maybe right to put church and history in the same picture, because maybe they played in different roles, if I oversimplify the question. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sure there is some points in common. My grandfather was almost a pastor in a frikyrklig rörelse, and he hated that I liked trolls. It was a devil. So, no, there is some.
Just a very small remark on what you see. It was timelessness. So in one of Samalagaf's novels in Jerusalem, a small girl is building up with small pieces the town, the village of Dalarna, and then when she stops, she said, "Oh, it's fine," and she's taken all away and makes Jerusalem, destroying everything to create the new Jerusalem. And I think this is what you're thinking about. So,
it's a continuous process.
Yeah, continuous process of exactly. So, but well, this is, I guess, something that we have to discuss in the final discussion. So we have still a last paper left. Per, I'm very happy. to welcome you. So, as a final speaker, so that's making the picture cool. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone, and hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the organizers and also for having me and for all the other kind of very interesting papers I've heard. So first of all, I want to point out that I've changed my title to a title that I think more accurately kind of depicts what the paper is actually about. And in this paper, I'm going to try to make sense of the curious coincidence that in the 1980s, the conspiracy was a popular motif in Swedish literature and spirituality a popular theme. I'm going to do so by drawing on some of the scholarship on the status of religion in Nordic modernity. And I will start by a quote. Okay, and all the quotes are my translation. What is it that you don't understand? What is it that you don't understand? Well, it's that thing with the society and its poor reputation, how it's so vilified. But my dear friend, it's probably such vilification, as you call it, that will attract the right people to our circle. Imagine if you had read, this so-called secret society doesn't exist, or if it does exist, its existence is not of any interest to any reasonable person. Wouldn't you be curious? I would have, I admitted. And as you can see, I have a folder full of quotes to that effect. Irresistible, I said. Thus, Claes Hylinger concludes his trilogy on the secret society, Boken om det hemliga sällskapet. A trilogy that starts with a surreal scene. The protagonist has a recurring dream. He dreams of waking up. But instead of waking up to the somewhat monotone reality of the life of a young man with literary ambitions in Gothenburg, wild exotic animals and foreign people appear outside his house. Their unexpected arrival creates a frisson of excitement otherwise absent from his daily grind. As such a dream inevitably remains a dream, the protagonist sets out creating this frisson by other means, chief of which is the mystery around the secret society, which he first encounters in France. And his 3 novels are about its unknown purpose, but at the same time its inexplicable attraction. The secret society casts a spell on him. Hylinger wasn't the only Swedish author who leads his protagonist out onto the continent and into a conspiracy in the 1980s. So too do Claes Östergren, Lars Gustafsson, and Carl Henning Wikmark. Wikmark and Gustafsson even follow Hylinger in locating the hub of the conspiracy in that den of secret societies, Paris. Why do they do that? Why now? And what does this tell us about the country which they live? In order to answer these questions, in this paper, I want to situate these novels' quest for mystery against the backdrop of the longue durée of Swedish religiosity and its institutional forms. What these novels all look for, I will suggest, was a way out of what they perceived as Swedish society's disenchanting drift. But they hardly search for an exit strategy with any domestic help. Swedish theology and Swedish church are conspicuously absent. And yet, as a motive, the conspiracy expresses a longing for something akin to a religious experience. But it's a displaced longing. It's not only displaced geographically, in that it's sought on the continent, but also institutionally. As an intellectual concept, as a rhetorical construct, the secret society constitutes the antithesis of the ideal typical Lutheran welfare state. And this, I think, is remarkable. For, as I will try to show, these novels address a sense of malaise with contemporary modernity, a malaise with developments whose sources, a malaise with developments whose sources can be traced back to the importance of the Lutheran Enlightenment for the creation of the Swedish welfare state, namely, in that lack of social tension characteristic of Nordic modernity. For them, the novels, the imprint of state Protestantism on the Swedish social contract posed part of the problem. It had shut down the space for a re-enchanting spirituality. When one talks of disenchantment in the context of Protestantism and modernity, one obviously can't get around the definition proposed by Max Weber. So I will start there. In his Spirit of Protestantism, Weber shows how the Protestant idea that people are responsible for their own salvation made 17th century Calvinists and later on other nonconformists, such as Pietists and Baptists, unwittingly form a sort of vanguard of secular modernity. These groups believed that prosperity and success in the current life mirrored one in the afterlife. They therefore worked hard to better their life stations. Work became a calling, a vocation. But any success granted by such labor was not to be spent ostentatiously. That would be sinful. It was rather to be reinvested. Thereby, this calling had social ramifications. Becoming shrewd businessmen, they demanded of social practices to be reliable, indeed calculable. This was a process that Weber conceptualized as rationalization, and as whose driver he eventually cast bureaucracies. He famously suggested that bureaucratic practices disenchanted the world. So what were the social practices they challenged? Essentially those entertained by the kind of belief with which Claes Hielinger's novel begins, that an event could come from nowhere and materialize out of nothing. Neither trolls and other spirits, nor inanimate natural objects were any longer granted social agency. The world ceased to speak of its own accord. This brought a secularizing mystery to the world. Its logical conclusion was, in Talcott Parsons' famous English translation, the steel cage of modernity. Even if the description of a steel cage has been seen as a touch exaggerated, it's largely agreed upon that bureaucratic expansion marked the beginning of the end to an enchanted worldview, in which inexplicable events and unaccountable mysteries occurred. What mattered from now on was what could be measured and predicted. This process can of course not be detached from the Enlightenment, even if the agents of the tendency which Weber describes are different from those one usually associates with the Age of Reason. A crucial part is the way in which the disenchanting process tears away the veil of superstition, that is, the agency granted to supernatural forces. Though the origins, outlines and impact of this development may still be up for debate, it's largely agreed upon that it describes a process shared across much of Europe, so too in the Nordic countries. But in Scandinavia, it had a few distinct features that are important for understanding why the conspiracy could be considered alluring in these novels, why a quasi-religious desire could be projected onto secret societies. As Søren and Stroth and others have argued, the Nordic path to modernity was special. It designated a Sonderweg, in that it was less violent than elsewhere. Part of the reason for this has been traced to the impact of the Enlightenment. In its Nordic guise, the Enlightenment proved less divisive than on the continent. Its dominant strands were not radical and theoretical, but moderate and practical. When received ideas and superstitions were challenged, they were so as part of an attempt at improving everyday life. And the typical agent of such improvement was a clergyman. It wasn't seldom the clergy who drove attempts at implementing practical invention in their parishes. The church was often a vehicle rather than an obstacle for the spread of enlightened inquiry and practice. As has been suggested by Nina Wietzek, Henrik Stenius, Uffe Østgaard, and among others, this had important consequences. With a comparatively muted critique of religion, the Nordic Enlightenment did not cause as many fissures within society as elsewhere. With the church on its side, it rather built bridges between different parts and actors in society. The clergy's attempts at improving practices were not only done for the broad layers of the population, but with their help. The Nordic Enlightenment thus worked to prevent a gap opening between an enlightened elite and the big mass of superstitious people, instead leaving a legacy of a broadened, indeed broadening participation in the spiritual and cultural life of these countries. This moderated social tensions, which exempted Scandinavia from many of the convulsions experienced on the continent, and it laid the groundwork for a deeply felt trust in the state and its institutions, ensuring the administration of a general support when it modernized society. An unbroken line of development has been traced from the Lutheran Enlightenment to what Henrik Berggren and Lars Trädgård have called Sweden's state individualism. That is, the influential belief that the government ensures the freedom of its citizens, that the impersonal state enables individuals to create their own lives, not civil society, let alone secret societies. It is, in other words, not hard to understand why the secret society came off as inexplicably attractive in Claes Hillinger's novel. It breaks with the dominant trends in the history of Nordic modernity. But why could it be cast as a substitute for the frisson of excitement provoked by the surreal dream? Some scholars have maintained that the integrationist thrust of the modernizing process even colored local romanticism. Elsewhere in Europe, a romantically inspired critique generally constituted a rallying cry against the downsides of modernization, against the affective and spiritual limitations of an Enlightenment-inspired rationality. But in Scandinavia, Romanticism often shared traits with the Enlightenment. In its Nordic Protestant guise, it was pragmatic. It was, as Søren and Stroth note, exoteric. With poetry, it helped all individuals to reach faith. It did not set up the poet as a vessel for the sacred within the worldly realm. It wasn't esoteric. And as Erik Hobsbawm points out, surrealism, that reinvention of romantic tropes for the 20th century, never gained much of a foothold in Northern Europe, at least not as a social force to be reckoned with. Without such substantial resistance, these tendencies of a sort of Lutheran enlightened modernity all contributed to what Søren and Stroth have described as a permanent disenchantment. Modernization became an all-encompassing process in Scandinavian society. As a remarkable way of turning Sweden from a poor feudal country on the northern peripheries of Europe to a wealthy and comparatively egalitarian one, this had reached its apogee in the 1980s. But with it, seemingly uncontested spread, had come a creeping feeling of malaise. This is how P.O. Enquist describes the historical conjunction in which Swedish society in the 1980s found itself. And this is not my translation, this is in English. The Swedish, of course, concerning the question of the quality of life, differs considerably from that of other societies. For example, we tend to choose purity rather than warmth, to choose value words that in themselves mean not only a reduction of life's dirt, but also its warmth. And for a long time, this base value, this of course, sped Swedish society on a road that led to a very high quality of life. But on this long climb, there was a breaking point at which something got lost. It was good to dream of breathing life's pure air, so long as you didn't forget that we were also supposed to live in this pure air. And life sometimes involves dirt. This is the painful paradox. You don't get closeness and warmth among people in a thoroughly organized, sterilized world. For my purposes, Enquist could be said to wonder whether the Lutheran Enlightenment had been too successful in implementing its project, and to ask what had been lost along the way. These are, I think at least, questions that the novels I'm going to talk about have posed for themselves. The protagonists and narrators of these novels push against a narrative in which the currently dominant kind of modernization is cast as inevitable. They not only represent it as affectively alienating, they're also invariably attracted to those who introduce alternative possibilities. Possibilities that, to speak like Enquist, seem less organized and sterile, but they're introduced by figures who, for this reason, are marginal or foreign. In the novel that is published first, Claes Östergren's Gentleman, which appeared in 1980, we follow the attempts by the narrator, with the same name as the author, to write a pastiche on Strindberg's The Red Room. Around the same time, he meets a certain Henry Morgan, into whose famously lugubrious apartment he soon moves. Morgan is in a relationship with a woman who has another lover, and that other lover is a prominent businessman who's being primed as a minister in the imminent right-wing government. The narrator soon happens upon the murky past of this businessman. With the collusion of the state, his businesses had collaborated with the German armament industry during the war. While the narrator is still figuring this out, the people sharing his knowledge are starting to disappear around him. What the narrator in Östergren's novel discerns is the outlines of a conspiracy within what we would today call the deep state. Here it's arguably not the conspiracy per se that is enchanting, but Morgan, the protagonist, and his apartment, projects, and social circle. And yet Morgan cannot be detached from the conspiracy, because it's he who leads the narrator to his indicting conclusions. Conclusions which, curiously, took a back seat in the novel's reception. The broadside against the wide shared support enjoyed by the state was overlooked. The novel was rather predominantly received by the audience as entertaining, as bringing excitement and fun back to Swedish literature, breaking with the austere, politically engaged prose of the 1970s. Morgan stole the show. In the following novels of this trilogy, the narrator expresses his ambivalence about the audience's reaction. In the sequel, Gangsters, he describes the pressure put on him by shadowy representatives of the Swedish establishment to rewrite Gentleman, the prequel, to force him to change its tone and focus, to move the revelations about the conspiracy to the background in favor of his flatmate, who is portrayed as a devout and mostly unemployed Lebenskünstler, a vain, sartorially old-fashioned man who, at the time when commercial pop music from Sweden was conquering the world, sat holed up at home, allegedly working on a symphony. In short, the kind of conservative religious romantic who one would have thought modernization had consigned to the dustbin of history. For my purposes, this rewriting could be seen as Östergren's way of addressing his audience's horizon of expectation. Just like you, the readers, the state did not think that a novel centered on a protagonist so hopelessly out of step with the master narratives of post-war modernity could possibly be taken seriously. Just like the readers, its representatives found the focus on Henry Morgan to be the perfect diversionary tactic. But you're wrong. For in the sequel, Östergren implies that the narrative not being framed as a scrutiny, as an accusation, but written in a sort of detached astonishment of the picaresque hero and his revelations, does not foreclose the novel's social import. The mystery at its core and the outcast at its center were not ways of displacing politics. They were part of the point. Morgan embodied the antithesis of the secular progress chartered by the Fordist welfare state. He represented an alternative line of development, the plot of the novel suggests, that the state still wanted to foreclose. Once the narrator is on the cusp of disclosing the conspiracy, Morgan was packed off by the deep state to an asylum on the continent. In Renegater, the concluding novel of the trilogy, the narrator returns to this theme. Could Henry Morgan, he asks in a question seemingly posed directly to the novel's reception, really be considered to be harmless, to be suffering that same confusion, exhaustion, or demagnetization that allegedly had been inflicted upon the world at large, a world now described as disenchanted? He doubts it, but whether the audience will appreciate what could historically be at stake in such enchantment is another question. This leads me to the second novel on this theme to be published, Lars Gustafsson's Sorgemusik för frimurare, so funeral music for Freemasons, a novel which leaves the reader in no doubt as to its take on recent history. Jan, the protagonist of Lars Gustafsson's novel, embodies 20th century Swedish progress. He comes from a working class background, but feels entirely at home in the realm of high culture and within the academy. But that happy situation won't last. As a celebrated young poet, Jan has a promising career ahead of him, but all he can see is the uninspiring everyday of such a life. The big question for him becomes, should he write poetry or should he live it? He decides to live it. Then the novel implies he has to leave Sweden. If not quite the famed steel cage of modernity, Sweden was fast becoming the grey, harsh, collectivist fortress which would cause that short summer in which the imagination ruled, and which was my moment, to disappear, he says. To escape Sweden, he goes to Paris, naturally, where he eventually meets a Senegalese poet who he follows to West Africa. Here, the novel could have chosen a certain type of what could maybe be called reappropriative enchantment for the protagonist, because the Senegalese poet is inspired by the Negritude movement, while in France he writes about ancient masks and magic practices in Africa. But the novel does not go down this route. It does not let the Swedish protagonist be inspired to pick up writing poetry across such Negritude tropes. Enchantment comes from a different source, the conspiracy. It is its, quote, menacing labyrinthine reality, end of quote, which lets him live his poetry, not animate masks. So what is the conspiracy? In his capacity as a captain of a river cruise, the protagonist has helped some people cross the border to Guinea. The Senegalese authorities find out, jail him, and force him to leave his business and the country within a week. It's unclear who he worked for, as is always the case with the conspiracy worthy of its name. But the novel gives a few clues, and they all point in the direction of the former colonial masters. When he bumps into some Swedes in Dhaka, who bring up what they see as intact colonial structures, he defends Senegal's subordinate relationship to France. It has created a better country, he claims, than those run solely by the local elites who have cut ties to the old metropole. One of those countries is Guinea, the destination of the people he smuggled. That he worked for a country allied to Senegal, possibly its old colonizer, is further suggested by his remuneration and smooth extradition. Jan is allowed to go on his own devices to the capital Dhaka and pick up a handsome payment before having to leave. And once in Dhaka, the person who contacts him, his handler, in kind of John le Carré spy novel lingo, is Lebanese. That is, someone part of a diaspora which had bones to pick with certain African administrations, questioning a French presence. Cast as a fifth column, the Lebanese were used as a scapegoat in independent Guinea and left that country. But this is not a spy novel. The Lebanese woman dazzles him, enthralls him, and then she disappears out of sight, denying him the chance to ask her any questions about her role and who he has helped. She remains a mystery. Maybe he dreamt her. The conspiracy is less an enigma or a puzzle to crack than an ambience. So how does this ambient conspiracy relate to the forgotten religious roots of Swedish modernity? For the Lebanese woman, coming from a country of parallel religious structures, Christianity, she says, is a destiny. For him, the novel knows it's a choice, and he chose poetry. Jan tells his Lebanese handler that poetry was for him a way to appreciate the enchanting aspects of the world. Quote, in certain moments, the world possesses a beauty as if it actually attempted to speak. End of quote. Poets are the last to speak the language of the world. To use language not as an instrument applied to measure the world, but to express it. But this is not a Protestant religious poetry, nor less a state Lutheran romantic one. These moments of beauty, the novel suggests, are inextricable from that crack in the facade of reason, or should I say raison d'etat, which is a conspiracy. Poetic beauty appears to the protagonist precisely in the moment when he is caught affectively in a conspiratorial web. When a gap appears between the world as it's logically explained to be, and as it then appears. The conspiracy gives the poet some sort of access to a sacred realm, thus rehabilitating an esoteric romanticism. Gustafsson's depiction of poetry is a response to its apparent profanation by a state which integrates any parallel structures, which therefore features no gaps in which poetic truths can be glimpsed. This leads me to the last novel of which I will speak, Wikmarks Sista dagar, where the context in which conspiracies take root is also one in which religious events can still happen. Religious events such as miracles. Published in 1986, Wikmark's novel Sista dagar takes place in the early 1960s Paris. This was a historical moment marked by transition. De Gaulle has taken power, but all the constitutional changes behind the regal presidencies of his Fifth Republic have not yet come to pass. Algeria has been granted independence, but the OAS, the terrorist group wanting Algeria to remain French, has not given up the fight. Into this pressure cooker, Wikmark leads a Swedish journalist, Lennart Gelin. The novel opens on a beach in Mallorca. Gelin, the Swedish journalist, is there on a holiday when the Pieds Noirs, the Europeans of Algeria, start arriving in small boats. In the miasma of tents and rescue equipment popping up on the beach, Gelin meets a certain René Massalon, a once celebrated author, now embroiled in the colonial struggle to keep Algeria French. The Swede is taken by him. Quote, "I'd never before met an intellectual person in my own age attracted to reactionary ideas," end quote. And he soon becomes a part of Massalon's bohemian posse. So how does Massalon string him along? To promise to give him, quote, "the country's secret history, all its conspiracies," end quote. Most pressingly, he has insights on the recent attack on de Gaulle, which he claims was staged. The longer Gelin follows Massalon into his shadowy world full of illusory events and deceptive plots, the more it seems as if Gelin himself is the one who has been tricked, but not so much by those he meets, but by his own set preconceptions, about what I would like to call a normal modernity. These OAS sympathizers Massalon introduces him to were not goons, nor were they really in hiding. They were intellectuals, artists, and professionals who could count on the backing of powerful networks in high society and in the deep state. They were one side of a French civil war which most recently had raged since 1939, but that had never really stopped since the revolution. And this, he writes, quote, "was a paradox for someone from Sweden. He, the OAS sympathizer in question, was supported in his own milieu. He was a soldier in a civil war which had been raging for centuries. A war between republic and monarchy, red and black, Dreyfusards and anti-Dreyfusards, Gaullists and Pétainists. The enemy was to be fought, but he wasn't a monster. He too was a Frenchman, and as such he was respected." End of quote. And if pursued by justice now, they would soon be welcomed back to the fold. Quote, "They will be perfect civil servants once they're amnestied." End of quote. Gelin, the Swedish journalist, was bewitched. He was here face to face with a country that never experienced a Lutheran enlightenment, a society in which the tensions of modernity had not been smoothed out. They'd rather been continuously heightened. There to stay, the social divisions had led to ideological antagonisms and to plots and intrigues. And for this reason, the novel implies, mystery and religiosity were alive and well. But they had nothing to do with the religion with which Gelin had grown up, but had outgrown, as a matter of course. Massalon tells an astounded Gelin that he was devout. He believed in a god that was violent and virile. And sure enough, having encountered such new perceptions, Gelin has his own religious experience. He sees what he calls an angel appear on a Paris street. Such a miracle is of course very Catholic, but so too ultimately is the other Europe which the novel depicts, an other which, we could even say, the novel wants to introduce to its Swedish readers. The novel claims to be written by its main character, Gelin, as a continuation of his journalistic work. He focuses on France from Massalon's perspective, he states, because, quote, he doesn't like to confirm what the readers already know. Oh, sorry. He doesn't like to confirm what the readers already know. He would rather demonstrate how the enemy reasons, end of quote. Massillon was Gelin's, quote, fraternal enemy and friend, end of quote. As one may deduce, was France to Scandinavia. That is, it was an enemy who, quote, embodied our own question, who gave shape to our own insecurities, end of quote. The narrator affirmatively quotes Carl Schmitt, then much admired by the OS, as claiming, quote, the enemy realized the possibility which we have excluded from our lives, end of quote. That is, a possibility buried and forgotten underneath the consensually constructed edifice of the post-Lutheran welfare state. So, to conclude, in these novels, the narrators or protagonists search for spiritual resources to question a seemingly set course of history, of a seemingly inevitable, disenchanting secularization. But they shy away from looking for any help from Lutheran theology or liturgy. In doing so, neither of these novels speak to the absence of Protestantism. The fact that these novels articulate a malaise with modernity across spiritual themes without recourse to any domestic religious institutions rather testify to how inextricable Lutheranism was from the Swedish state, and by extension, to how entangled the state church was in the creation of that malaise, especially if we consider to what kind of social assembly the protagonists are drawn. The spiritual question, no longer posed by state individualism, is answered by this state's opposite, the secret society. In their quest for enchantment, the protagonists, in other words, seek its social basis in a kind of parallel institutional structure. In this way, these novels can be said to return to a founding moment of the Nordic Sonderweg, to one of its forgotten roots, as it were. For such parallel structures, whether hidden or not, were ones which the Swedish social contract was intended to do away. One of the main tenets of Nordic modernity, indeed that which made it special, has been the relative lack of animosity between church and state, elite and people, enlightened thinking and romantic reaction. These novels now question this consensus. They raise the kind of romantic questions that apparently had failed to cause much of an echo in Scandinavia. Questions from which from the perspective of a Scandinavian 1980s, could, as Hylinger's novel noted, for a brief moment come off as irresistible, or that could, in their very foreignness, as Östergren's Reception proves, come off as mere entertainment. But does this constitute doubting one's faith in the state Lutheran welfare model, or experiencing a crisis of this faith, or even a loss of it? Here I think the novels differ, and the most telling comparison is that between Gustafsson's and Wikmark's novels. If these novels can be called coming-of-age stories, that is sort of bildningsromaner, the transformative trajectory which they both trace is one in which the protagonist questions his faith in the model in which he grew up, only to find answers in what and from those that model rejected. But here the similarities end. In Wikmark's Sista dagar, the enemy constituting our question was France, a country simultaneously Catholic and laic, and it was also therefore ridden by conflict. Now, as it was also therefore ridden by conflict, French society showed, the novel seems to imply, the possibility the Swedish society had lost. The possibility, in other words, of a religiosity running directly counter to the practice of the institutions of the state, a religiosity at odds with a secularizing modernity, a religiosity in which miracles may still appear. But this was still, Wikmark implies, a possibility. One which may have currently been discarded, but one that somehow still remained. In short, the novel depicts a process of doubt, maybe even a crisis of faith, but not an irreparable loss of one. For Gustafsson, in contrast, there is no doubting its loss. In Sweden, the novel suggests the state had left no space in which a poetic life could be led, and thus an enchanting sensibility could grow. What is more, such a sensibility had there even been driven out of spirituality itself. The state and its religion had gone wrong when, the novel suggests, it positioned an enchanted world against the universal moral code. Universalism had been wrongly cast as challenging the small divinities of the river valleys and sources, end of quote. But such a polytheistic worldview was not the enemy. It was rather, quote, the power able to build pyramids, to stack rocks with the help of a machinery of naked, emaciated bodies, the state as God, end of quote. And shortly after writing this novel, Gustafsson, like his protagonist John, decided to live his ideals, so he moved to America. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Question, sir.
Thank you. Very quick comments, almost like automatic reactions, with two biographic hints. First of all, because I mentioned Kathleen Knott's book, and I mentioned the very violent reaction it faces in the early 60s in Sweden, especially on Dagens Nyheter. The journalist or writer writing against her was Lars Gustafsson.
Ah!
So life is strange.
Yeah.
And, well, what was the second thing? Yeah, another curious guy about this search of mysticism. The name that came to my mind following your presentation is a guy called Tage Lidbom. He was head of archives of the labor movement and a historical social democrat in the 30s. I happened to meet him in his very old age. He wrote in the 50s an essay going against the official line of Social Democratic Party, reproaching exactly this lack of mysticism and, spirituality in the party. And just to go exactly in the direction you showed us, he developed into a conservative social scientist and historian, but he also met religion. But interestingly enough, it was not, he didn't fall back into Lutheranism, but into Sufi Islamic. So this is also another proof that maybe, this going out of the mainstream of desacralized Lutheranism, you have to fall into another religion or another spirituality. At least there are cases showing it.
Can I just quickly comment? Yeah, another example of this that I thought of when writing this essay, but an example that doesn't have conspiracy, that's why I didn't take it, is possibly the most lauded film of the Swedish 1980s, in Ingmar Bergman's Fanny and Alexander, where Alexander, the protagonist, then when his father dies and he gets like a stepfather who's a bishop, Protestant bishop, a mean, authoritarian, disciplinarian, without any spiritual qualities, and then instead he finds kind of religious mysticism with the family of his Jewish friend Isaac. So it's the same movement that he has to leave the state church. Kind of. Yeah, Lars Gustafsson did. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for a very inspiring paper. It's long ago I've read Gustafsson's Sorgemusik, and I read it in the German translation. But how would you comment on the mode, how the authors talk about these secret societies and conspiratism? Because I've read Gustafsson always as a very ironic author, and I think it's a game he plays with us. That's the one point. And the other point has to do with enlightenment. You told us the story about the Nordic Enlightenment as a Sonderweg also. But I think a part of this Sonderweg is that there has always been also a dark side of enlightenment and that's Swedenborg, Emanuel Swedenborg, and that's perhaps also something as a comment to your paper. I think there's a tradition for this for an occult form of Protestantism, perhaps. Swedenborg was also a theologian, so he was a Protestant man, and I think we should also think of this form of occultism that was that also came again with Strindberg in Swedish history or literature. And I would like, perhaps there are also lines or citations or quotings in these books on Swedenborg or Swedenborg or Strindberg, for example.
Yeah, thanks so much for that sharing that insight. I must admit that I don't know too much about Swedenborg, and that's why I try to kind of scrupulously refer to my sources when I gave this sort of meta-narrative of Nordic modernity. But then, in terms of Gustafsson's mode of writing, the irony, point well taken. Like, he has a remarkable lightness of touch that he destabilizes everything. You never know what he's actually thinking or where they kind of. But then I think in a certain way that can still be seen as part of the point, because I think what I'm suggesting, what they're doing as a kind of overarching theme, is to make us kind of doubt this question of the inevitable secularization, and that I think that kind of irony, this kind of playful touch can work really well. That we don't know if he's serious or not. I mean, but it also makes us reflect about our relationship to these sort of the most dominant narratives of society. Sort of,
Thank you for an amazing paper. It's just two small comments. One is continuing your line on Swedenborg, because those of you who were here yesterday might recall that I spoke about one Dippel, the original Dr. Frankenstein, who was sort of on the extreme wing of radical pietism. He was actually the one inspiring Swedenborg. Dippel was in Stockholm in the year 1728, and there the young Swedenborg met him and became a Dippelian. So there's also a connection there. So Protestantism is really many strange things. Of course, Swedenborg later turned against Dippel, but he started out with Dippel and radical pietism. But what was the other thing I was thinking about? Yeah, these conspiracy novels are primarily about the 1980s or from this period, right?
Yeah, so they're all published in the 1980s, the early to mid 1980s, but they're not necessarily set in the 1980s.
No.
So which is not the case for Wikmark's novel, for example.
I would just point to a non-fictive parallel, namely, the U-boat crisis with whiskey on the rock in the Baltic Sea, and all the sightings of submarines in the Hjortshøj in the years after. One of my old friends, Ola Thunander, he has written a number of books on this, and in a certain sense, I think it's a non-fiction parallel to what you are describing here, because he are revealing, or in any case, he claims to reveal a sort of secret society in the top of Swedish politics. This Swedish society granting that Sweden remained within NATO policies, even being a neutral country. So that's a sort of real-life conspiracy taking place at exactly the same time.
Yeah, and I mean, also, I think of these novels, the ones that most clearly has a kind of real kind of counterpart, I mean, is Claes Östergren. It's the kind of, what's it called, the Geijer affair. Like, there are a few of these kind of, like, the kind of cover-ups from the top top of the state. This is kind of evoking. But then I think, great point. I mean, obviously also like the decade will end in the biggest conspiracy, which is who is the killer of Palme? Yeah. So.
Thank you very much. I was just to round up, but it's not really thinking about. We had some years ago when Ton Lindgren was still living. Ton Lindgren was here as the Swedish author, a member of the Swedish Academy, and he said that if you want to be elected to the Swedish Academy, you have to be Catholic. So he said all members now of the Swedish Academy are Catholic. So this is very good with your point. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I think without now trying to derail any secret, we coming to an end of our conference. Our conspiracy here, I mean, this very small circle has become bigger, and we know there are some hidden forces because there are people following on YouTube what we are doing here. So I guess you see, it was very inspiring, this conspiracy idea. Yeah. So first of all, thank you all for all these inspiring papers. I don't know if it's. We wrote at the end we have to make some. We should have the possibility to some final discussion. But as always, at the end, I feel like now I have to think about all this and reflect about that, without talking too much, but rather like what is this Protestant sect is called? That is where everyone meets just around a small object and looks at this object, and this is worship until after 1 hour person is beginning to talk. It's like the Joan Fosse is grown up in this. No.
And also we haven't like planned for a specific discussion topic or evaluation. But if any of you have got like some final comments or I don't know, questions or whatever, of course you're welcome to say it now.
Oh, this is a wonderful transition. What great! Thank you very much. So this is. We would love you to make a written version of all this, and I don't dare to promise, but I have the very hope that this volume will be sooner. So the publication process will be a bit faster than the first volume in this series. It comes out quite soon, but has some time if you have to convince. But all good things take time, you know.
And also there will be some additional. We also have some additional articles by people who had to late cancel their participation, and I think we also talked with Arne about a few other interesting scholars. So of course we're gonna look into that and get back to the participants. Yeah.
But perhaps preliminary deadline for the articles. Would the 1st of May would be realistic for you all?
Depending upon the year.
2021, of course. So yes, you're late a bit. No. So I think that would be nice. If it is totally unrealistic, I think you can come to us later in a conspiracy mode, and we can see what we can negotiate. But I think to have these ideals is very good, so that perhaps we can publish the volume before the students that come here have finished their master, so that they can. Great.
Great. And have a publisher
we have this, of course, this is so this will be published in this series that we are starting now with Brepols, the international publisher, and there's a series now. It's not so we have a contract with Brepols to make a series about the aesthetics of Protestantism in Northern Europe, and so this will be volume 2. And of course, if you are interested, there will be a volume 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So in the next time, so we're very happy to invite you and here or to Freiburg or to other places to continue this discussion. If there are no other remarks, I think
they're just as tired, you know, as we are with all the the thinking and
I think we just thank you very much again for all these wonderful, thought-provoking things. When I first saw the propositions, and so I always thought, oh, this is a very nice aspect, this is a very nice aspect, and so on and so on. But I was a little bit wondering how the dialogue between all these different parts will be. And I have the feeling that this is really become a very interesting kaleidoscope that is really dialoguing from the 16th, 18th century until almost today, and this is, I mean, it's very fascinating that this worked out. Thank you very much. It's a great to your capacity to dialogue, and dialogue is, of course, even something that we would like to be a Protestant virtue, even if it's not really true, if you look to the details either.
A universal virtue.
Yeah, a universal virtue, yeah, of course. So, thank you very much. All of you that have got some time to stay in Strasbourg, so have a nice time. To enjoy the Christmas market, you know, just Strasbourg at the Christmas market. This is.
But I think we should also say thanks to the two of you for organizing.
Thank you, Ron. And there's a very last thing that we really have to do. I don't know if you remarked that technique here is, there's no problem with all these techniques. And this is because we have somebody sitting there, David Brunner. Thank you very much, as always. You're great. Yeah. And so thanks to the library that is one of the special partners here. Thank you very much. And so.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of your time here in Strasbourg.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.